Good morning, dear delegates in Seoul. It is a pleasure to have been invited to participate in the World Bio Summit 2022. I would rather attend in person.
네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 저희 2일차 본행사 시작이 되겠습니다. 아직 장내로 입장하지 않으신 분들께서는 착석을 해주시고 또 들어와 주셔서 저희 행사가 시작될 때 함께 해주시면 고맙겠습니다. 여러분 저희 잠시 후 시작하겠습니다. 모두 착석해 주십시오. 아울러 어제와 마찬가지로 동시통역 서비스가 제공됩니다. 국문은 2번, 영문은 채널 1번으로 들으실 수 있습니다. 다시 한번 화면을 참고해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? The second day of the World Bio Summit 2022 will soon begin. Please enter the hall. Please take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, we will provide a simultaneous interpretation service. As you can see on the screen, channel 1 for English and channel 2 is for Korean. Thank you. Once again, for your translation service, channel 1, English, channel 2 is Korean. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And ladies and gentlemen, please turn off all your electronic devices or put them on silent mode for the smooth running of our event. And please put your name tags when you're entering the event hall. And please do not forget to wear your masks in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And once our session starts, we will be live streaming this session on the official website of 2022 World Bio Summit. So we'd like to ask for your active participation until the very end. Our second day will begin soon. Please take your seats. Thank you. 네, 여러분 잠시 후 시작하겠습니다. 모두 착석을 부탁드립니다. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please enter the hall. Please take your seats. We will commence the day 2 programs shortly, so please be seated. Thank you. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 저희 본 세션이 시작이 되겠습니다. 아직 로비에 계신 분들께서는 장내로 입장해 주시고 착석을 해 주십시오. 또 저희 안전한 행사의 진행을 위해 모든 분들께서는 마스크를 착용해 주시면 대단히 고맙겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin day 2 with the congratulatory message session. So those who are still in the lobby, please enter the venue and please take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, may I ask all participants to please wear your masks in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So please wear your mask. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And please be seated. We will soon begin the first session of day 2. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time this morning. We will soon begin the day 2 of the 2022 World Bio Summit. Those who are still in the lobby, please make your way inside the hall, and we will soon begin the congratulatory message session. So please be seated. And once again, if you need the translation service, please use your receiver, channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Korean. Thank you very much, and we will soon begin the session. We have participants still entering the hall, so we will soon begin the session. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for your patience. We will soon begin. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the day 2 of the 2022 World Bio Summit. Before we begin the session today, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jessica Seung-hee Lee, and I've given the honor of being your MC from yesterday's morning's sessions and opening ceremony and today's sessions as well. So I would like to greet you all in Korean traditional way. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the organizers, thank you very much to all of our participants from home and abroad. And the 2022 World Bio Summit, we're joined by many summit-level biohealth leaders as well. So once again, thank you very much for your participation. And the purpose of the World Bio Summit is to meet with distinguished guests from home and abroad to discuss international cooperation plans and innovative technologies in the vaccine and the biohealth industries as a part of the efforts to prepare for future pandemics and to suggest a global vision for future and next pandemic to cope with any crisis. So ladies and gentlemen, please honor this occasion by maintaining your presence until the very end. And once again, for your information, we would like to provide a simultaneous interpretation service, channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean. And those attending this event online are advised to set the interpretation language as either English and Korean as well. And before the discussion sessions, the congratulatory message session will begin with a welcoming remark delivered by His Excellency Cho Kyu-hong, a Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea, as well as congratulatory messages from health ministries and secretaries from other countries as well. So without further ado, let us begin our session. First and foremost, to open this congratulatory message session, we would like to have His Excellency Cho Kyu-hong, a Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea, to give his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our Minister with a big round of applause. As we mentioned before, our minister will open this session of messages of congratulations. And then we will have some meaningful messages delivered from ministers and vice ministers from other countries as well. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to welcome our minister onto the stage.
Good morning. I hope you all had a comfortable time last night. Today is the second day of the World Bio Summit. First of all, I want to thank health ministers from Nigeria, Tunisia, and Thailand, as well as experts from international organizations, global pharmaceutical companies, and relevant institutions for gracing Day 2 of the World Bio Summit with your presence. I want to extend my warmest welcome to all the participants. It is an honor to see all these distinguished guests here in person after such a prolonged fight against COVID-19. Fall is a great time to enjoy Korea. I hope you can capture the beauty of this ephemeral season. The whole world has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic with full force for the last 2 years and 9 months. At last, we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel, and our lives have been back on track. But the socio-economic aftermath of COVID-19 on top of the burden it has imposed on health continues. This is the time when we need to focus our attention on enhancing pandemic preparedness, leveraging our experience during the COVID-19 pandemic. Particularly, public-private partnerships and collaborations between governments through innovative biotechnologies centered on WHO and CEPI played a significant role in managing the pandemic response in terms of its speed and effectiveness. The first World Bio Summit, which took off yesterday, is a meaningful and relevant event where global bio leaders have gathered to discuss ways to exploit innovative technologies and promote cooperation among the actors in the bio industry. On Day 2, we will discuss a pandemic response strategies and the global vision towards pandemic preparedness. We also have prepared a Seoul Declaration ceremony stating tangible actions we can act on to further our commitment to this cause. We take the lesson on the importance of international cooperation to heart. It was evident in our COVID-19 response. Swift diagnosis, monitoring, development of therapeutics and vaccines, production and supply of those biologics, and regulations were some of the hurdles the international community had to work on. Today's session will cover how we can overcome those hurdles in depth. We will first share how we respond to this global health crisis and discuss strategies for pandemic preparedness. The WHO has created the South African Consortium as the hub for mRNA technology transfer and nominated Korea as the hub for global training hub for biomanufacturing in order to increase LMIC's access to vaccines and strengthen their manufacturing capacity. We will draw a roadmap toward our goal of enhancing global pandemic preparedness. During the pandemic, governments and international organizations have increased support and investment in vaccines and biologics development. The entry barrier to vaccines and biologics development is high because it requires trained researchers, a large R&D budget, and a significant amount of time. Therefore, we need to explore the most efficient investment strategies and development plans and carry out coordinated research collaborations on a global level. Even if a novel vaccine is created with innovative technologies, the supply chain in production, distribution, and inoculation must be stabilized. Applying the lessons we learned in responding to supply shortages during the COVID-19 pandemic, we will discuss further oriented solutions. At the onset of the pandemic, we felt the urgent need to secure diagnostics fast to prevent the spread of the virus. Korea developed the testing kits faster than any other country and exported them across the globe. In the diagnostics session, we will discuss ways to promote cooperation that can accurately and swiftly diagnose viruses. Lastly, all nations must have the necessary regulatory authorities and capabilities to make the right assessment in order to spread the fruit of innovative technologies and use vaccines and therapeutics with speed in times of global crisis. Subsequently, we will share each nation's challenges in this process and explore potential solutions that can be approached at an international level. This is the first year of hosting the World Bio Summit, and I wish this event will grow to become the venue where pandemic response strategies centered on innovative technologies can flourish and develop. Also, for the Seoul Declaration with a vision to promote global cooperation against future pandemics, please show your support through actions and continued interest. With your efforts, we are a step closer to overcoming this crisis and on track to a better future. Thank you.
Minister Cho, thank you very much for your leadership and thank you for opening this session with your remarks. And thank you for emphasizing the direction of our summit as well. Next, ladies and gentlemen, several health ministries and secretaries would like to give some words of congratulations. And first of all, we will have His Excellency Anutin Chanirakun, the Minister of Public Health from the Kingdom of Thailand, who are joining here at the site. So please welcome him with a big round of applause onto the stage.
Excellency Mr. Cho Kui-hong, Minister of Health and Welfare, Republic of Korea. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted and honored to join you here at the World Bio Summit 2022, where the global authorities of vaccine and biohealth come together to ensure that the future public health challenges will not turn into crisis. While the COVID-19 pandemic has been a powerful disruptor that brought highly negative impacts on people's livelihoods and the world's economy, it has also unlocked our potential and brought us together as one strong force. The result is a global collaboration at the level that we have never seen before. This summit here in Seoul is one of the evidences. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Thailand has been a part of the global community working towards protecting lives and reducing damages the COVID-19 could do to our social and economic stability. At the government level, we have committed to invest significantly for the research and development of new vaccines. We enable a high-potential local manufacturing company to be the base for one of the key COVID vaccine production. We also maximize the immunization capacity with a strong network of the village health volunteers countrywide. They work tirelessly to ensure that everyone has the access to the vaccine and necessary health care. Our village health volunteers have lately been recognized by Thai people as their first doctor. Our vaccination of COVID coverage has been well over 18% so far. Thailand also explored and was successful in having herbal and alternative medicines as a supplement in our public health services during the time we faced the global supply challenges. Some of these have been and will be the lessons that we will share together in the global community. We look forward to cooperating with our peers in the research, development, and production of vaccines based on academic evidence, public interest and safety. And I believe that with solidarity and commitment to the global health security goal, our experience and expertise shared in this summit will lead to stronger strategies at all levels, making the prevention and pandemic preparedness different from the past. With this note, I congratulate the Republic of Korea's Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Minister, the World Health Organization, and all countries and delegates involved in the World Bio Summit 2022 for joining hands and making this goal possible. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your warm words on the global cooperation, and thank you for your support from the government of Thailand as well. And next up, this time we're joined by His Excellency Osaj E. Ihanit, the Minister of Health from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Minister with a big round of applause onto the stage.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Health of the Republic of Korea, Honorable Ministers of Health, my colleagues from other countries, and Deputy Ministers of Health, heads of delegations, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and privilege to congratulate and commend the President, the government and people of the Republic of Korea, and the World Health Organization for organizing the first World Bio Summit with the theme, The Future of Vaccines and Biohealth, which focuses global attention on the very important subject of global vaccine security, from research and development, clinical trials, to manufacturing and access for all nations in case of a pandemic. The initiative shows that the government of Korea and WHO are proactive, and they speak the minds of many of us by drawing, no doubt, on the hard experience of the global response to COVID-19 pandemic. Nigeria appreciates the joint efforts of our hosts in providing this platform and inviting us to deliberate on ways of building back better. We have a long way to go, but as a very well-known parable says, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. This summit is that one step. Biosummits can shape the terms of future global response to global threats, especially to biological threats, of which we are beginning to see that vaccines and biologicals will play key roles in addressing the survival of mankind and nations. I also note with contentment the vaccines manufacturing workforce training, of which Nigeria is a beneficiary, that has already been set up and sponsored through this same collaboration. The Nigerian government has interests in biovaccines, Nigeria Limited, a joint venture agreement with a private sector pharmaceutical company that is on track to begin vaccines and biologicals manufacturing in country. BVNL, as we call it, is a private sector-driven special purpose vehicle to reset capacity for regional vaccine production, with the WHO designation of Nigeria as a spoke to receive initial technology for production of mRNA vaccines. The inequitable access to vaccines and many other commodities and diagnostics and therapeutics experienced at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic was a monumental scare and an awakening call for low-income countries and lower middle-income countries whose populations were all but excluded from the initial access to vaccines and critical consumables, despite predictions by experts of a looming COVID catastrophe in the so-called third world. Such inequity should not happen again. We therefore support all the initiatives and calls for a combined global response to threats that affect the global community, where a global strategic plan assigns roles and responsibilities to countries and builds regional centers for manufacturing of critical commodities, including vaccines, as well as developing storage and logistics capacity and necessary training. It is in the interest of all of us to strategically develop such capacity as one sure way to support each other, to mutually address existential threats. Moreover, participation in research, development, and clinical trials builds institutional capacity to collaborate with other researchers to develop new vaccines against ancient and also against emerging disease threats like tuberculosis, malaria, pneuma, etc. I must add here that Nigeria has a strong WHO Majority Level 3 empowered regulatory body and many clusters of research and development and clinical trials well endowed with scientific and relevant expertise and experience. Nigeria looks forward to discussion of partnerships that will foster efforts towards equitable regional vaccines and therapeutics and commodity manufacturing across the entire value chain. Once again, I wish to congratulate the Republic of Korea and the World Health Organization for this first Bio Summit. And I wish all of us here a very productive deliberation.
Thank you so much, Minister Ihanit, for words of congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, next we're also joined by His Excellency Carlos Gabriel Alvarenga Cardosa, the Minister of Health from the Republic of El Salvador. And the Minister will deliver his words in Portuguese, but we will provide consecutive interpretation as well. So let's welcome Minister with a big round of applause.
Honorable Ministro de Salud y Bienestar de la República de Corea, señor Cho Kyung-hong. Ministros y viceministros participantes del World Bio Summit, representantes de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, organismos multilaterales de ramo de salud pública, autoridades presentes, distinguidos amigos. El mundo ha cambiado. Hemos enfrentado una pandemia que evidenció la importancia de contar con una visión estratégica que trasciende fronteras en la búsqueda de un fin común. La pandemia de COVID-19 afectó a todos los sectores y estratos sociales, poniendo de manifiesto las debilidades de los sistemas de salud a nivel mundial, incluso de los países con mayores niveles de desarrollo. Con esa perspectiva, quiero agradecer la invitación a participar en esta cumbre, así como por el apoyo brindado por países, hermanos y organismos multilaterales relacionados con el ámbito de la salud. Es un honor estar acá y compartir nuestras experiencias aportando a la construcción de una estrategia global en materia sanitaria.
Honorable Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Cho Kyu-hong. Ministers and Vice Ministers participating in the World Bio Summit. Representatives of the World Health Organization, multilateral organizations of the field of public health, respective authorities, distinguished friends. The world has changed. We have faced a pandemic that highlighted the importance of having a strategic vision that transcends borders in search of a common goal. The COVID-19 pandemic affected all sectors and social strata, highlighting the weaknesses of our health system worldwide, even in the most developed countries. This being the most important lesson we had to learn. With this perspective, I want to thank the invitation to participate in this summit, as well as the support provided by partner countries and multilateral organizations related to the health sectors. It is an honor to be here and share our experience contributing to the construction of a global health strategy.
Han pasado casi 3 años desde el inicio de la pandemia por COVID-19 y continuamos enfrentándonos a desafíos sociales y económicos que impactan directamente a nuestras poblaciones. Estos retos que aún debemos superar son una advertencia ante la posibilidad de futuras crisis sanitarias, así como el del resurgimiento de enfermedades a nivel global. Es por ello que las lecciones aprendidas en el manejo de la pandemia deben convertirse en políticas permanentes e iniciativas sostenibles que nos orienten hacia la mejora continua de los servicios de salud.
Almost 3 years have passed since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we continue to face social and economic challenges that directly impact our populations. These challenges that we still have to overcome are a warning against the possibility of future health crises, as well as the resurgence of diseases at a global level. For this reason, the lesson learned in managing the pandemic must become permanent policies and sustainable initiatives that guides us towards the continuous improvement of our health service.
El Salvador, a través del liderazgo del presidente Nayib Bukele, ha impulsado una visión estratégica para preservar la vida y la salud de nuestra población, al tiempo que se realizan esfuerzos para ampliar y modernizar el Sistema Nacional de Salud. Esta visión holística que integra salud, innovación, ciencia y tecnología nos ha permitido trascender las fronteras nacionales y enfrentar de forma conjunta una situación global sin precedentes, en la cual también apoyamos a países hermanos de la región.
El Salvador, through the leadership of President Nayib Bukele, has promoted a strategic vision to preserve the life and health of our population, while efforts are being made to expand and modernize the national health system. This holistic vision that integrates health, innovation, science, and technology has allowed us to transcend national borders and jointly face an unprecedented global situation in which we support partner countries in the region.
Mis amigos, la pandemia por COVID-19 generó desafíos, pero también oportunidades para fortalecer la inteligencia epidemiológica, la gestión de competencias de recursos humanos, la transformación digital y el desarrollo y uso de nuevas tecnologías de investigación científica dentro de un contexto de creatividad e innovación. No podemos, no debemos regresar a la antigua normalidad. Es necesario crear nuevas perspectivas de desarrollo en salud basadas en trabajo colaborativo para potenciar el intercambio de buenas prácticas y nuevas tecnologías. Esto nos compromete a seguir construyendo planes estratégicos que conviertan cada debilidad en fortaleza y cada amenaza en una oportunidad, principalmente para potenciar el apoyo internacional. Como país, asumimos el compromiso de esta iniciativa global que pretende generar un frente común ante futuros desafíos sanitarios. Muchas gracias.
My friends, the COVID-19 pandemic created challenges, but also opportunities to strengthen epidemiological innovation, human resource management capacities, digital transformation, and the development and use of new scientific research technologies within a context of creativity. We cannot and we must not return to the old standards. It is necessary to create new perspectives for development in health based on collaborative work to promote the exchange of good practices and new technologies. This commits us to continue building strategic plans that turn every weakness into strength and every threat into an opportunity, mainly to reinforce international support. Our country assumes the commitment of this global initiative, aiming to generate a common front to face future health challenges. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for visiting Korea to attend this summit, and thank you very much for your warm words of congratulations once again. And then, ladies and gentlemen, next we have two esteemed guests who cannot join us here in person, but has sent us very meaningful video of congratulations. So now please allow me to introduce His Excellency Karl Lauterbach, the Federal Minister of Health from the Federal Republic of Germany. And we also have Ms. Andrea Palm, the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services from the United States of America. So ladies and gentlemen, let's meet these two esteemed guests onto the screen. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Mr. Cho, Tedros, distinguished guests of the World BioSummit. The pandemic has shown that it is more important than ever to exchange knowledge globally about new developments with vaccines and bioengineered therapeutic agents. That is why I would have loved to join you all in Seoul. The vaccines and medicinal products based on various technologies which were developed within a very short period of time have saved many lives. Companies and institutes are currently developing additional vaccines that provide good protection against SARS-CoV-2 variants so as to also help immunocompromised people and prevent asymptomatic infections. Moreover, in the meantime, second-generation COVID-19 vaccines, which provide better protection against different variants, are being developed or have already been authorized. For instance, bivalent COVID-19 messenger RNA vaccines have already been in the use for several weeks in Germany. In addition to universally applicable pan-corona vaccines, above all, the development of mucosal vaccines is being driven forward in the hope of attaining sterile immunity. Although we cannot yet know whether these development approaches will meet our expectations, their sheer number does indeed give reason for hope. We will need this know-how also with a view to future pathogens of pandemic potential. Our shared responsibility is to create conditions worldwide so that in the event of a public health crisis, efficacious and safe vaccines and therapeutic agents are available as fast as possible. Germany has further intensified its international efforts currently within the context of the G7 presidency. For example, we are financing a WHO hub for pandemic and epidemic intelligence in Berlin. This hub is expected to play a key role in improving global pandemic intelligence and supporting communities worldwide in establishing the necessary capacities. I would like to thank WHO and above all our Korean hosts for the organization of this important summit. Even before Dr. Sung Il-shin's founding of the International Vaccine Institute, Korea showed great commitment in providing children in developing countries with new and improved vaccines, and with great success. In the spirit of global process, I send my warmest regards from Berlin, and I hope you get to enjoy many inspiring presentations. Have a good time in Seoul.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the Bio Summit. President Yoon and Minister Cho, thank you for your leadership in convening this summit. The alliance between the United States and the Republic of Korea is the linchpin for peace and prosperity in Northeast Asia and around the world. Our unwavering alliance is guided by a shared vision for free and democratic principles, bound by generations of people-to-people ties and continuously strengthened through our work to tackle the global challenges we face together. I apologize for not being able to join all of you in person, but I'm honored to address the inaugural World Bio Summit. The work done in this summit will collectively help us learn from each other and strengthen our global health security. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to demonstrate, global health security is crucial in protecting the health, welfare, and economy of our nations and the global community from the ravaging impacts of infectious diseases. And it has underscored the importance of a free and open society, innovation, and strong global partnerships to holistically address threats, stay resilient in the face of pandemics, and emerge stronger. By working together, we will strengthen our global health architecture and overcome the COVID-19-induced downturn with more resilient national, regional, and global economies and health systems. But that means we must break the chronic cycle of panic and neglect that has long characterized the way the international community prepares and responds to epidemics and pandemics. We must work together to develop a set of catalytic and sustained financing mechanisms to build and maintain critical country capacities for preparedness and response. The Global Health Security Agenda remains a key global and multi-sectoral initiative to spur political will and action to tackle these complex challenges to global health security. I want to take this opportunity to specifically thank the Republic of Korea for hosting the 7th GHSA ministerial meeting in November. Your steadfast leadership in bringing together leaders from around the world and across sectors is essential to our success. We have shared commitment and partnership in this global fight. Through this crisis, the world has expanded and deepened ties, and I am eager to further strengthen our global health relationship. This summit is a great occasion to move us closer to that goal. Thank you again, President Yoon and Minister Jo, for your continued support and leadership. I look forward to hearing what comes out of today's discussions.
Let's give a big hand. Thank you very much. So that was two messages of solidarity and the importance of a vaccine and a biohealth. Thank you, and we once again would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the health ministries and secretaries for their messages, wishing for a successful 2022 World Bio Summit. Thank you once again. And next, we will share and adopt the Seoul Declaration, which is a result of our two-day-long summit. So for your information, a Seoul Declaration will be made, integrating the many different subjects discussed during the two-day-long World Bio Summit 2022 to urge the international community for its cooperation and efforts to enhance the capacity to cope with future pandemics. I would like to ask all of our participants to give a big round of applause once the Seoul Declaration is adopted. So, ladies and gentlemen, now in order to represent the two organizers, the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea and the WHO, and to share this document with our audience, we would like to have two representatives onto the stage. Now, please welcome Minister Cho Kyu-hong of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea onto the stage with a big round of applause. And we would like to also have Dr. Mariangela Simao, Assistant Director General of the World Health Organization. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
I would like to briefly summarize the Seoul Declaration for you. The World Bio Summit 2022 is a venue for discussing global strategies to respond to current and future pandemics through a global capacity centered on innovation in the biohealth industry. It aims to promote international cooperation to advance infectious disease countermeasures such as vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics to ensure everyone's equitable access to them. We proclaim here in Seoul that the World Bio Summit will continue to serve as a forum to discuss ways to promote global cooperation, foster a professional workforce in biotech, improve the supply chain, optimize regulatory systems, develop health crisis response tools, and ensure equitable access to strengthen the world's pandemic preparedness for the future. On behalf of the health ministries who have agreed to adopt the Seoul Declaration, I hereby proclaim that the Seoul Declaration is adopted with the support of the World Health Organizations. I extend my gratitude to all for your support.
The World Health Organization, as the co-organizer of the 2022 World Bio Summit, welcomes the initiative of member states reflected in the Seoul Declaration, commends the work undertaken so far, and looks forward to further collaboration in these areas. We are creating the future we want now. A world where access to universal health coverage is a reality. A world where people have access to the technologies they need when they need them and don't suffer financial hardship because of it. This is the world we want and that we're building together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to two representatives. Thank you for your support, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your cooperation as well. And the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea now declares that the Seoul Declaration has been adopted with the support of the World Health Organization and other international organizations. So we'd like to extend our sincere thanks to all of you. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the congratulatory message session. And we will have a short break and we will come back with the first plenary session. We ask for your active participation until the very end. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the first plenary session. Please enter the hall. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will soon begin the first plenary session. Please join us. Please take your seats. We will soon begin the session. And those who are still in the lobby, please make your way into hall. As we did before, we will have a simultaneous translation service throughout the session. Channel 1, English, and Channel 2, Korean. So please select your language of choice and please stay with us until the very end. And we will soon begin, so please be seated and please wear your masks entire time once you are inside the hall. And we will shortly begin the sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly begin the session and we would like to have our panelists and the presenters please come up to the stage and please take your seats. Thank you. Our speakers for the first plenary session, please come up to the stage and please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Now we will begin the first plenary session. Once again, my name is Jessica Singi Lee, and it's my great honor to be your MC for this session as well. So at this plenary session, we will have presentations under the theme of government's efforts to overcome COVID-19 and expectations on mRNA Technology Transfer Hub and Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing. So once again, thank you to our presenters who are sitting onto the stage to have their meaningful words. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time today as well. And during the session, there will be opportunities for each country to share their experiences in responding to COVID-19 and to make various interesting presentations on the role of mRNA Technology Transfer Hub and the plans of each country and international organization for preparing for future pandemics. And once again, for your information, if you need translation service, channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Korean once again. So please select your language of choice, and ladies and gentlemen, please have a fruitful and a meaningful time with us. And for the first speaker, please allow me to invite Mr. Park Min-soo, Vice Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. And today, he will be sharing his knowledge and words on Korea's policies for coping with COVID-19 and the key ensuring results, as well as the future plans for fostering bio-manpower. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome His Excellency with a big round of applause.
Good morning. I'm Min-soo Park, Vice Minister, Ministry of Health and Welfare. Please understand I need English script. I'm going to cover Korea's response, two topics. Korea's response against COVID-19 and its global training hub for biomanufacturing initiative. Response to the pandemic. Korea had its first confirmed COVID-19 case in January 2020. After going through 6 waves, we found 620,000 confirmed cases per day in this March. But afterward, we are being on track step by step back to normal. We had 3 strategies against COVID-19. 3 T's means testing, tracing, and treatment. Social distancing and vaccine also. Test, you all already know. Show the photo. To improve accessibility and convenience, we operate many screening centers, drive-through, and open working-through centers. For fast and accurate patient tracing and management, we used various information and communication technologies like QR codes, GPS, and CCTV. Only severe patients were assigned to hospital beds to optimize medical resources. The others were residential treatment centers or just stay at home with being quarantined. To address the patient bed shortage, we set up residential treatment centers by borrowing hotels and hotel-like facilities. Monitoring medical support and emergency transfers to hospital were provided. Depending on the number of patients, we had facilitated nationwide up to 20,000 beds in 91 centers. Social distancing was used, like limiting opening hours and the number of people for public facilities. Different levels of regulation were applied according to the COVID status. We adopted the vaccine pass system for anyone using public sites. Vaccinated person can download his or her QR code for the vaccine pass to enter the facilities. Starting with the AstraZeneca vaccine, we began vaccination in February 2021. Currently, as of October this year, we have an 87% vaccination rate for the second and 65% for the third vaccination. Oral antiviral treatments like Paxlovid were made available from December 2021 for over 60 years old patients. We also focused on developing homegrown vaccines. Celltrion's Lekirona, an antibody treatment, got the third approval in the world in February 2021. Last June, SK Bioscience SKY-CoV-1 vaccine received approval as well. We are also receiving updates and managing the outbreaks and responses across the country in real time. 22 central and 17 provincial governments engage in daily meetings through a video communication network that can accommodate up to 3,000 people using IT technologies. In the fifth wave, the Omicron subvariant has become dominant. This led to the maximum spike in the number of confirmed cases. Omicron subvariant is less severe but very contagious. Accordingly, we made loose patient identification and quarantine requirements and focused on the high-risk population. For asymptomatic and mild symptomatic patients at home, retreatment was the standard. Patients had quarantine for 7 days. They were subject to telemonitoring sessions with medical institutions 2 to 3 times a day and would get medical consultation and prescriptions. For emergencies, they were immediately transported to a pre-assigned medical institution. We have designed 10,000 one-stop medical centers which provide testing, face-to-face treatment, and prescription. We stopped the social distancing rules since April after the fifth wave and transitioned to voluntary disease prevention measures. Without the social distance, we have managed enough well against the sixth wave. Outdoor mask mandate was lifted in this September, and inbound travelers do not need to take a post-entry PCR test from October. Offline visit in nursing facilities are allowed as well. Oops. Let me go over some feedback, some of the feedback we have received. The central and provincial government has arranged at least 3 meetings a week, using IT telemeeting system. This enabled direct connection between policy decision-making and the real site. We inform the public of up-to-date, accurate, and transparent information through the daily briefings. The government fully supported testing, treatment, and vaccination during the health crisis. This encouraged people to voluntarily voluntarily be part of the disease prevention. And control measures, and ultimately we were able to minimize the shock without lockdown. You can notice this performance: fast economic recovery, low fatality, and high vaccination rate. Next, global training hub for biomanufacturing. Last February, Korea was designated as the global training hub for biomanufacturing from WHO. The goal of the hub is to provide training on vaccines and biologics manufacturing to support biomanufacturing capacity building in low and middle income countries. In 2022, we are providing 4 training courses. The first one has already started this June, focusing on mRNA vaccine manufacturing skills. This 8-week-long course is designed together with ADB. The second program was conducted this July with WHO. This course operated by International Vaccine Institute in Seoul, Korea. This 2-week course covers basic knowledge of vaccine development and production, as well as vaccine-related policies and intellectual properties. The third course will start from October 31st. This course will cover the knowledge, the global standard required for operating vaccine and biologics manufacturing facilities, and getting approval from regulatory authorities. The first program is on-site training and consultation. This program provides customized training and consultation based on the need of the targeted manufacturer. We already visited Bangladesh this July, and we plan to provide consultation to several companies in South Africa this coming December. Photos of the trainees. Feedback from the trainees were pretty nice. Future plans. First, we will incorporate various programs covering entire cycle of vaccine manufacturing through development, production, and licensing. Second, we will expand training facilities to provide a more hands-on program. 2 facilities are currently under construction and will be completed in 2024. And the Korean government is also planning to build a global bio campus, which is dedicated to global training hub. Third, for the success of the global training hub, we will actively cooperate with diverse international organizations and NGOs. We hope the training hub can support our neighbor countries to develop and strengthen their biomanufacturing capacities. And I believe our try and effort can contribute to loosening vaccine inequality and better preparing for an unhopeful pandemic. Please be with us. Thank you.
Vice Minister, thank you very much for your first presentation on Korea's quarantine policy against COVID-19, globally known as K-quarantine model. And thank you for introducing the future plans for a hub for fostering global bio-manpower as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to our Vice Minister. Thank you so much. And next up, we are joined by Minister Ali Mourabet of Public Health from Tunisia, and he will be giving his presentation under the title of Obstacles to the Production of Vaccines in Low and Mid-Income Countries and Future Tasks. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our minister with a big round of applause.
morning. Good morning. My name is Ali Marabet. I'm the Minister of Health of Tunisia. Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this initiative. Thank you to the Republic of Korea and the World Health Organization for organizing this first World Bio Summit. Thank you for having been able to bring together stakeholders in the vaccine and other biological products sector and to share ideas and visions on the future of vaccine in this changing world. Thank you for having associated Tunisia in this very important event. In Tunisia, 74% were correctly vaccinated. And COVID-19 has taught us a lot of things, like the urgency of developing local production of vaccines, especially in low and middle-income countries. For example, and as you know, Africa produces less than 1% of its needs in vaccines. Demand will increase and new vaccines will enter national programs of vaccination. There is some data that shows that in Africa can't produce locally medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics. It will not access to them in the near future. But now is the time to act. I want to highlight the efforts made by the WHO in the management of the COVID-19 crisis in general. COVAX is and will remain an excellent initiative, thanks to the generosity of donors and the involvement of Gavi, CIP, UNICEF, and other WHO partners. Excellencies, dear colleagues, following the source of mRNA-based vaccines, the idea of promoting this technology for the local and regional production of anti-COVID-19 vaccines has emerged, and the great program of WHO mRNA technology transfer hub and the global training hub has been set up. Tunisia is one of the countries that have been selected to benefit from the transfer of technology of mRNA. We are certain that this technology holds great promise, not only for improving access to vaccines against COVID-19, but also against other diseases such as malaria, leishmaniasis, tuberculosis, rabies, or cancer. We are proud to be part of this initiative by improving access to quality medical products. Local production can help achieve comprehensive health coverage and help address health challenges related to the Sustainable Development Goals. The institution that is engaged by serving as one of the spokes of mRNA technology in Tunisia is the Institute Pasteur de Tunis, one of the oldest, the third in the world, and the most productive research institution in the field of health and biotechnology in Africa. Institut Pasteur de Tunis is also one of the few producers of BCG vaccines and therapeutic serums in Africa. The mRNA technology transfer hub was identified in South Africa. The Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea is serving as a global training hub for biomanufacturing. A comprehensive curriculum in biomanufacturing was developed and different training sessions were organized. But there are still some challenges
that constitute the key for success and sustainability. One, workforce development with investment of human research is extremely important and should be prioritized. The Republic of Korea is making great efforts. It is necessary to think about diversifying training and identifying other training seats at the regional level. Why not Tunisia as another seat? Second, reinforcement of supply chains. Third, it is also necessary to plan the most suitable business models for the new structure to produce vaccines. In this regard, developing sustainable public, academic, private partnership can drive innovation and provide efficiency for access to vaccine in general. This constitutes the key for success. Thank you all, and may God bless us in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please take your seat. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to His Excellency. Thank you very much for your words on sustainable and equitable approach in the vaccine and bio field. Thank you once again. So the health ministries from the recipient countries, the WHO mRNA Technology Transfer Hub would like to give some presentations this time. So they will make presentations under the title of Each Country's Experience in Coping with COVID-19 and Plan as a Recipient Country. So we are joined by many distinguished speakers this time. First of all, please join me in welcoming Ms. Sandra de Castro Barro, Vice Minister of Innovation and Strategic Inputs of Health from the Federative Republic of Brazil. So let's welcome her onto the podium with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this time, the speech and presentation will be delivered in Portuguese, so we will have consecutive interpretation service. Please abide by this information.
Bom dia. Cumprimento o senhor vice-ministro do Ministério da Saúde e Bem-Estar, o senhor Min-Sung Park, demais representantes de ministérios e instituições participantes. Prezados senhores e senhoras, em nome do Ministro da Saúde do Brasil, senhor Marcelo Queiroga, é com grande satisfação que participo deste World Bio Summit 2022. Após longo tempo de combate à pandemia da Covid-19, é um grande prazer estar aqui com vocês para compartilhar os esforços, os desafios e as lições aprendidas da experiência brasileira.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Minister Min-Sung Park, Excellencies and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Minister of Health of Brazil, Mr. Marcelo Queiroga, my sincere gratitude to join this World Bio Summit 2022. After a long time tackling COVID-19 pandemic, I'm delighted to be here sharing some efforts, challenges, and lessons learned from the Brazilian experience.
Bom, julgo importante apresentar a todos vocês, aqui presentes, que o maior desafio nacional na área de saúde e também a nossa maior conquista é o nosso Sistema Único de Saúde, conhecido como SUS, que é garantido pela Constituição Federal Brasileira desde 1988, onde diz: a saúde é direito de todos e dever do Estado, garantido mediante políticas sociais e econômicas que visem a redução do risco de doença e de outros agravos, e ao acesso universal e igualitário as ações e serviços para sua promoção, proteção e recuperação. O Brasil tem uma população de 215 milhões de habitantes e é fornecido acesso à saúde a todo e qualquer cidadão em território brasileiro, seja brasileiro ou seja estrangeiro. O SUS é baseado nos princípios de universalidade, equidade, integralidade, descentralização e participação popular.
It is important to present to you the greatest national challenge in healthcare, and also our greatest achievement, the unified health system known as SUS, which is guaranteed by the Brazilian Federal Constitution since 1988, which affirms health is a right of all and the duty of the state, guaranteed through social and economic policies, aiming at reducing the risk of disease and other aggravations, and at universal and equal access to actions and services for their promotion, protection, and recovery. Brazil currently has a population of 215 million of people, and the access to healthcare is provided to any citizen in Brazilian territory, being Brazilian or foreigner. The unified health system is based on the principles of the universality, equity, integrality, decentralization, and popular participation.
Desde 2019, o governo brasileiro investiu cerca de 4,2... Só um pouquinho, gente. Desde 2019, o governo brasileiro investiu 42,4 bilhões de dólares na saúde, dos quais 20 bilhões foram exclusivamente para o combate de Covid-19. Realizamos esforços e parcerias com órgãos públicos, instituições privadas e organismos internacionais. O investimento público promoveu a busca pela inovação e fortalecimento da cadeia produtiva, que culminaram no acesso aos imunizantes e às terapias hoje utilizadas no país. A participação do Brasil em iniciativas globais foi essencial para a promoção do acesso equitativo e justo de toda a sua população.
Since 2019, the federal government has spent more than $42.4 billion on healthcare, of which 20 billion were spent exclusively on fighting the pandemic. We made efforts and partnerships with public bodies, private institutions, and international organizations. The public investment fostered innovation and to strengthen the production chain, which led up to access to immunizations and therapies in the country. The participation of Brazil in global initiatives was essential for promoting equitable and fair access.
Vamos agora falar do sucesso da transferência de tecnologia, de uma emenda tecnológica que nós fizemos no Brasil. Bom, trouxemos aqui que em 2020, destacamos a realização da encomenda tecnológica entre a Fundação Oswaldo Cruz, a empresa AstraZeneca e a Universidade de Oxford. A transferência de tecnologia permitiu a nacionalização de todo o processo produtivo em menos de 12 meses. Foi estabelecida também uma outra parceria pública-privada entre o Instituto Butantan e Sinovac Biotech, também para a produção de vacina contra a Covid-19. Ambas seguindo padrões regulatórios internacionais. Destaca-se ainda a existência de pesquisa e desenvolvimento de outras vacinas contra a Covid-19 no Brasil em andamento.
In 2020, I'm going to present now the successful technology transfer. An innovative technology was commissioned by the institution Fundação Oswaldo Cruz, AstraZeneca, and the University of Oxford. The transfer of technology enabled the nationalization of the entire vaccine production process in less than 12 months. Another public-private partnership was established between Instituto Butantan and Sinovac Biotech to produce of a vaccine against COVID-19 as well, both of them following international standards. There are also other R&D projects of COVID-19 vaccines in Brazil.
Seguindo com o avanço das estratégias para combater a pandemia, em 2021, em parceria com a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a PAROS, OPAS, o Brasil foi selecionado como centro regional para o desenvolvimento e produção de vacinas de RNA mensageiro na América Latina. A tecnologia tem se apresentado como uma opção tecnicamente viável e potencialmente aplicável, não apenas ao Covid-19, como também no combate a outros patógenos e a uma ampla gama de doenças crônicas.
Following strategies to tackle COVID-19, in 2021, a partnership between Brazil and Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, and WHO has announced Brazil as a regional hub for the development and production of mRNA-based vaccines in Latin America. This technology has emerged as technically feasible and potentially not only for COVID-19, but also for pathogens and a wide range of chronic diseases.
Portanto, após conseguirmos as nossas vacinas, temos aqui uma deferência ao Programa Nacional de Imunização do Ministério da Saúde, que, nos seus 30 anos de existência, coordenou a maior campanha de vacinação de sua história. Hoje, com mais de 467 milhões de doses de vacinas distribuídas e mais de 85,8% da população com esquema primário vacinal completo, encontra-se a população brasileira. Foram aplicadas 78 milhões de doses de reforço e mais 2 milhões de terceira e quartas doses de reforço.
The National Immunization Program of the Ministry of Health of Brazil coordinated the largest vaccination campaign in its 30-year of existence history. More than 465 million doses of vaccines were distributed, and more than 85.8% of the population with a complete primary vaccination schedule. 78 million booster shots were given, and 2 million doses as third and fourth booster shots.
Investimentos e experiências. Expectativas. Os investimentos no complexo industrial brasileiro vislumbram fortalecer a pesquisa e o desenvolvimento, colaborar para o acesso equitativo a medicamentos e vacinas e capacitar a força de trabalho.
Investments in the Brazilian health industrial complex foster R&D projects collaborating for equitable access to medicines and vaccines, and also for training biomanufacturing.
No Brasil, o investimento público tornou-se essencial e vital para a agilidade no desenvolvimento e produção de vacinas, em plataformas tecnológicas flexíveis, parcerias com o setor privado e cooperação internacional.
In Brazil, public investment is important for the agility and the development of production of vaccines in flexible technological platforms, partnerships with the private sector, and international cooperation.
Por fim, eu acredito que a principal lição aprendida no enfrentamento à Covid-19 é investir na melhor prevenção como resposta e recuperação às emergências de saúde pública por meio de sistemas de saúde fortes, resilientes, com acesso equitativo, justo a diagnósticos, vacinas e tratamentos. Olhando adiante, seguimos atuantes e vigilantes na formulação de ações conjuntas para o estabelecimento de diálogo, intercâmbio de pesquisas, a fim de fortalecer as políticas de saúde coordenadas por este Ministério. Devemos seguir atuando em coordenação e vislumbrando o acesso universal, o enfrentamento de desafios locais e regionais para a consolidação da saúde global.
Finally, I believe that the major lesson from tackling COVID-19 is that universal health coverage, robust and resilient health systems, as well as equal and fair access to vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics are decisive for the optimal prevention, response, and recovery to public health emergencies. Looking ahead, we remain vigilant and committed to joint actions, establishing dialogue, research exchange, in order to strengthen the health policies coordinated by this ministry. We must continue acting in coordination and envisioning universal access, facing local and regional challenges to consolidate global health.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Vice Minister Barro, thank you very much for your presentation, sharing Brazil's experiences in coping with COVID-19, and of course, plans as a recipient country of the Technology Transfer Hub. Thank you once again. And next up, the health ministries and vice ministries, ministers from Argentina, Egypt, and Serbia, who are not able to join us here in person, we would like to have a presentation via video. So the first video presentation will be provided by Her Excellency Carla Bisotti, a Minister of Health of Argentina. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her onto the screen with a big round of applause.
Good morning, dear delegates in Seoul. It is a pleasure to have been invited to participate in the World Bio Summit 2022. I would rather attend in person, but I'm sure there will be further opportunities. Argentina is part of one of the regions hardest hit by the pandemic, with an enormous health, economic, social, and even political impact, in addition of the inequities and structural challenges prior to this global crisis. It is ironic that the region that has the essential capacity to expand local production and reduce gaps in vaccine access, as well as other strategic supplies, has only produced 4% of the health products used during the health emergency. This dependence was not only reflected by the lack of access of vaccines, but also in relation to all critical supplies. Argentina is a long-term supporter and advocate for the expansion for global manufacturing. Our country is strongly committed to help boost the vaccine supply for the region of the Americas. In our view, a new technology as versatile as mRNA and being able to use it to develop necessary products locally and regionally is a huge step in developing our local industry. For that reason is that an honor for Argentina that Synergium Biotech has been selected among various Latin American scientific institutions by the World Health Organization as a center for mRNA vaccines development and manufacturing in the region of the Americas. The company, Synergium Biotech, has extensive experience in production of vaccines and other biologicals, and high capacity for developing complex products, as well as experience in the distribution of these products at national and international levels. in highly competitive countries. Synergium has also shown its commitment to supply products through PAHO's purchasing systems. Dear colleagues, Latin America has the required essential capacity to expand production and reduce gap in strategic supply. It is an outstanding opportunity to show how other regions can contribute to address these global health challenges. Argentina's scientific community and public and private sector are ready to join this effort. Finally, we welcome the biomanufacturing workforce training hub set up by World Health Organization in South Korea in order to provide support through regulatory training and strengthening. And we look forward to collaborating with this initiative in order to promote local production and ensure global cohesion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that meaningful words and wisdom and, of course, experience from Argentina. Thank you very much. And our second video presentation will be provided by His Excellency Khalid Abdel Ghaffar, the Minister of Health and Population of Egypt. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's gather your attention with a big hand.
Good morning. I would like to start by thanking the Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea for inviting me and also for organizing this important summit, which is the World Bio Summit 2022, talking about the future of vaccine and biohealth. This important subject that we have been working in the last 2.5 years, trying to find a way out of this COVID-19 pandemic, which is an unprecedented pandemic. Allow me to walk you through our comeback and about policies in Egypt that we adopted as a national response to the COVID-19. We started by having 5 pillars, which is research, pharmaceutical industry, the governance, and the healthcare system capacities, as well as vaccination activities. And when we talk about governors, we regulated or we adopted presidential and laws according to the governance that we need for this important event, related to evidence-based decisions, and we were flexible and resilient in our plans to auto-correct our strategy accordingly to the first and second and third wave. And this was also in accordance with the high-level multi-sectorial public and private engagement. And definitely, as it happens to every part of the world, financial backing and social protection was also considered during the governor's plan. If we talk about the healthcare system capacities, as regards to the command and control center that was recently at this day 1 from March 19, 2020, where we started providing a hotline and also an awareness campaign. We also did a lot of frequent answers and questions to the medical consultations because of the uncertainty at that time. We also happened to work with the triage hospitals and improving our testing facilities, and definitely our ambulance fleet was also in alert to work with different sectors of the healthcare providers. As regards to the isolation hospitals and hostels and dorms, we worked with 19 hospitals devoted only for the isolation, with a capacity of 2,604 beds, 534 ICUs, and this was flexible system that we can add or go back to the normal according to the wavelength and according to the severity of the pandemic. Also, we worked in accordance with training of isolated and the capacity building of all the team workers in a close contact with different organizations like the WHO. We were lucky with our pharmaceutical industry in Egypt because we managed to make it affordable for all basic drugs according to different protocols, as well as COVID medications like the antiviral flavipiravir and monopiravir and remdesivir. And also we managed to start working in our capacity for vaccination when production and producing our own vaccine with regulatory authority, with the Drug Authority of Egypt reaching a maturity level 3 for EDA. This is in accordance with the regulations of the WHO, and also with the supply chain with the Unified Procurement Authority. We also work together in order to make it available for all needs for different hospitals in that important time. As regards to the vaccination activities, we started our first dose of vaccination on the 24th of January 2021. Maybe this was not that from early countries to start that, but we managed to reach a maximum outreach in different centers all over Egyptian governorates, and we also adopted what we call knocking doors, where we go with for every citizen trying to deliver for him the proper vaccination at his own house. So we reached 62.9 fully vaccinated and 24.4 fully vaccinated from the age sector 12 to 17. And even for the booster dose, also for the mostly vulnerable groups of the population, we also reached a very satisfactory results. As regards to the research, we were also interested in different clinical trials from the very beginning of the COVID-19. And if we look only at the EMERU region of the WHO, Egypt ranked number 4 from the EMERU region as regards to the number of publications. But we also published in very important journals a lot of clinical trials as well as other related publications and research to COVID-19. So we moved from the vaccination manufacturing from the pre-COVID time, which will be only in facilities. Our facilities in Egypt was only concerned with some production of certain vaccines like rabies, anti-snake and venom. But because of the COVID-19, we started moving our system to even a more advanced level, where we started with our friends from Sinovac, and we started by filling and finishing a lot of inactivated vaccines. Now we reached more than 40 million doses manufacturing within our facilities. And this was also an accordance and in parallel with a lot of research and development for our Egyptian vaccine, which we finished with the phase 1, and we are also working with the phase 2 together with our partners and friends from different companies. Until the time where we started working with the European Union and the African Union and the WHO, and this happens during February 2022, where we started working with the friends and announced during the European Union African Union Summit in Brussels, where 6 countries from Africa was acknowledged for adopting and producing the messenger RNA vaccine on the African continent. And this was because of the WHO support and because of the facilities of Egypt and the program that we have adopted. And during that time, we started working with our South African friends in the Afrigen. This is an important hub where we start doing our capacity building and training of our staff in order to adopt and start going to this important technology. And during the last few days, the World Health Organization, and with an important visit by the Director General, Dr. Tedros, where he visited our facility, we call it the facility related to the messenger RNA, the Biogeneric Pharma, and it was a historical visit by His Excellency to make sure the readiness and the progress towards the production of the messenger RNA technology. And these are all a lot of our efforts in Egypt to make the trajectory of messenger RNA technology available, not just for the COVID technology, but also for any other vaccination of the future. And I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention.
Minister Ghaffar, thank you very much for your words on current status and the future plan of Egypt. Thank you once again. And we have the last video. This time we will have Minister of Health, His Excellency Vako Firenze of Serbia. So ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the screen with a big round of applause.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Minister Dr. Zlatibor Lončar at such an important event. In February, the World Health Organization made the decision that Serbia should be one of the countries producing RNA vaccines. Serbia is so far the only country in this part of the region and in Europe that managed to get that permission. The aim is to establish sustainable national production capacities in order to increase vaccine availability and strengthen our response and preparedness during a pandemic. Sustainable local production will ensure the availability of the vaccines and the security of the healthcare system of the Republic of Serbia in terms of possessing the necessary quantities of vaccines which would be available at all times for the immunization of the population and of neighboring countries too. The implementation of a new technology for the production of COVID-19 mRNA vaccine would ensure that the Institute of Virology, Vaccines and Srera Torlak, as a national vaccine manufacturer, can at all times meet the requirements of the healthcare system of the Republic of Serbia, especially during emergency, epidemics, pandemics of communicable diseases, and in the event of potential lack of vaccines at global level. The support of the World Health Organization in the process is essential for the development of continuous, safe and modern vaccine production. The development of new technology implies the higher professional knowledge and know-how of national experts, the training of young personnel, which is an absolute national priority. During the pandemic, we saw that the implementation of new technologies, research and decision-making based on scientific evidence are the most important factors for an efficient response to public health threats. The introduction of new technology into the production process would be a great model for a regional production center, bearing in mind the excellent relations and the reputation that the Republic of Serbia has with all of the neighboring countries, as well as with Central Eastern Europe and of course with the EU member states. The Republic of Serbia and the Ministry of Health are ready to include relevant scientific and academic institutions into the full capacity building process, which shall in the future play a key role in improving both the regional and global framework of public health activities. Thank you for your attention.
Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Minister Ferenczi, for that meaningful words. Now we will have 3 speakers for joining us here at the site on behalf of the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and the African Development Bank. So we will have 3 presentations regarding their roles and plans for preparedness for future pandemics. So first, we'd like to have Global Director for Health, Nutrition, and Population of the World Bank, Mr. Juan Pablo Uribe, will present. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
So good morning. Thanks so much. Very happy to be here in such an important venue. Vice Minister Park, Minister Brabet, Vice Minister Sandra, Bruno, and Padmashri. An honor joining you in this panel and also hearing from Argentina, Egypt, and Serbia as well. I'm going to be very brief, and I want to share with you, after listening to this incredible and very valuable country efforts and experiences, the World Bank perspective on PPR. I will do it in 3 brief sections. First, I want to share with you where we're coming from in terms of background. Second, very briefly share the COVID response. And third, and I would say more valuable and of greater interest, the way in which we're looking forward into our collaboration in the global health arena around PPR, pandemic preparedness, prevention, and response. So let me start a little bit with the background of the World Bank engagement with One Health approaches and overall PPR efforts. It started a long time ago. The bank has a long engagement in these areas, and after the Ebola crisis in Africa in 2014, PPR became an important subject of the IDA replenishments. These are the resources that the bank mobilizes to support the lowest income countries in their development efforts and policies, most of it through concessional and grant financing. In fact, in the last IDA 20 replenishment, the PPR commitments are core and central to the World Bank. and I will talk about that in the third section. A couple of examples, quickly, of that past engagement that many of you may know and which are very important, have to do in Africa. For example, with REDICE, which is an integrated disease surveillance effort that brings together more of a dozen of the West African countries. And in East Africa, before REDICE even, there was the Public Lab network, which also integrated regional efforts in this case, in Central and East Africa, around PPR. Also in the past, as an example, we supported projects in many countries, and I would just want to mention Vietnam, who led a very important effort on different markets, food markets, to prevent foodborne zoonosis as examples. With this background, COVID came, and I will quickly move into the second part of my reflections. And in this context, the World Bank deployed the biggest effort it has ever had. In the roughly first 24 months, the World Bank deployed over $160 billion in overall responses to COVID. Out of those $160 billion, many of them for social protection and jobs and other social and development needs in the countries, 14 billion went to COVID-specific operations in more than 100 countries. And of those $14 billion, roughly $10 billion went to vaccine-specific operations in 78 countries. So it's been a major endeavor, and maybe the most important point that I want to highlight from the bank's effort in the COVID pandemic, it's that this specific financial support around vaccines and vaccinations and the overall response always had the health system strengthening as an umbrella. It was done through the country-led model, where countries lead their response, as we just said, and saw in this panel. At the same time, we try to help countries preserve essential services, and through the IFC, the International Financial Cooperation, which is the branch of the World Bank Group that works with the private sector, a very big deployment of resources and technical capacity was launched around vaccine manufacturing, like we've just seen again from the country's experiences. Let me now go into the third and last part of my reflections and comments. And again, I think these are the most valuable for this venue. We look into our engagement with future pandemic preparedness, response, and prevention in three main areas. One of them, of course, is financing. The second one is analytical work and knowledge sharing. And the third one is partnership. Let me start with financing. The financing efforts around PPR in the coming years will have regional and country focus. And the regional focus is extremely important because I believe we all share that during these last 2.5 years, we've seen how regional institutions and regional initiatives gained a lot of preponderance and showed their incredible value, particularly in facing pandemics. Vice Minister Sandra spoke, for example, about PAHO in Latin America, but you all have seen the work coming out of Africa, for example, with the African CDC, among many other important leadership initiatives that the continent brought forward for all of us to learn from. These efforts at the regional and country level will have primary health care as the connecting dot between PPR efforts and the health system strengthening agenda and the longer-term goal to progress towards universal health coverage. So a very important aspect of our work will be securing, again, in these regional and country efforts, that PPR investments are closely linked to strengthening and maintaining sustainability of primary health care and advancing health system strengthening and universal health coverage. As an example, we just approved a $100 million loan to support the Africa CDC in its efforts to strengthen its institutional capacity in the countries where it's working, advance health workforce training, and also strengthen research and development in the continent. A second example of financing is, of course, the Financial Intermediary Fund for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, the fifth PPR that Korea has joined as one of the founding donors, and now attracts more than 22 countries and institutions in its board and mobilizes more than $1.4 billion. What is most important about the PPR fifth, which first call for proposals should be ready by the end of this year or the beginning of the next year, is that it will bring additional financing with a long-term continuity to pandemic preparedness and response efforts at regional, global, and country level, with the hope of being catalytic of more domestic resource mobilization and greater country-led efforts in strengthening our health systems for future pandemics. Now, let me move to analytical and knowledge dimensions, where, just as an example, we're doing different global and regional reports and analyses and country cases. Country cases focuses on data gathering and technical assessment of capacities, and regional and global reports focusing on key variables for future response to pandemics. Two examples: Double Shock and Double Recovery report that looks at the financial sustainability of health systems coming out of the pandemic in this difficult situation, where we see that there's an important number of countries that will have, for the next 5 years, less per capita public spending than what they had prior to 2019. So a very difficult scenario that we can anticipate in order to better support those governments in their fiscal policies and in maintaining priorities within the healthcare spending. And the second example is going to be launched next week, a health systems resilience report that basically shows us how integration is fundamental in health systems to confront pandemics, and as was said before, with public health functions, strong primary health care, and very strong governance. Those are just two examples. And let me conclude with partnerships. We heard yesterday in this venue from all of the speakers, from all of our leaders, the importance of collaborating together. We are collaborating with many of you in this room, and we look forward to strengthening that collaboration. And I want to conclude with a final message, and it's as we collectively try to improve our health systems for future challenges that for sure will come to face us, we should always, again, A, do it working together and adding and complementing and not competing. B, doing it through stronger health systems, integrated and not fragmented. And third and foremost, do it following the country leadership and the country ownership that we've seen here yesterday and today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Uribe, for the very meaningful presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have 2 more presentations at this session, but Vice Minister Bang Min-soo of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea will now leave the hall due to urgent schedule. So we'd like to ask for your kind understanding, and thank you once again to Vice Minister. And let's give another big round of applause to our Minister, Vice Minister. Thank you. And now we will resume with 2 more presentations at this session. And next, Director General of the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department of Asian Development Bank, Mr. Bruno Carrasco, would like to give a presentation. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, it's a great pleasure to join you in this inaugural World BioSummit 2022. I am delighted to join you, and I wanted to begin by thanking the co-organizers, the Korean Ministry of Health and Welfare, and the WHO. In my presentation today, I'd like to focus on 2 considerations. One is about how ADB responded to the pandemic, and secondly, share with you some thoughts in terms of ongoing work, and in particular on how we can build and strengthen vaccine inequity and build greater manufacturing capacity. So in my presentation, I'd like to start by looking at what have we done. So on this slide, you can see ADB's comprehensive response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important to understand that this comes against the backdrop of an institution that is moving increasingly into the social sectors, and it has an aspiring and emerging health sector coverage. In the period of approximately 4 months since the pandemic was declared, the Asian Development Bank put together a $20 billion facility to support the comprehensive COVID-19 response package. It was quick dispersing financing, and it led to such things as urgent priority equipment purchasing, counter-cyclical support, including safety nets for the more vulnerable populations, as well as liquidity support for many of the small enterprises to avoid them going bankrupt, keeping the economy afloat, basically. It soon became clear that we needed to move clearly into the area of purchase and delivery of vaccines, and with that a $9 billion APVAX program was put in place, and that has provided for the purchasing and delivery of over 680 million vaccine doses across 17 of our ADB developing member countries in Asia and the Pacific. That was in turn further enhanced through a private sector window, again looking at helping companies, small micro-enterprises to keep afloat through liquidity, working capital, and even to ensure the trade and supply chain finance was very strongly supported. Finally, under our technical assistance program, we put together a package of $200 million, which is supporting capacity assessment across many of our countries. One important point to bear in mind is we developed a regional vaccine advisory group, RVAC, which brought together regulators across Asia Pacific and the rest of the world to bring further knowledge and findings into the way forward. If I move to the second part, where do we want to go? Well, it's really about how to focus on pandemic preparedness. There is a saying, when the tide is low, we find out who is exposed. And I think here we recognize that many of the health systems across Asia Pacific were very much unprepared for this shock. We are looking at a spectrum that covers from response to resilience to preparedness. In that context, we looked at now the purchasing of next generation vaccines to protect against multiple variants. We're also looking at procurement of better diagnostics instruments. In terms of the building resilient health systems, it's really all about developing institutional capacity. And here we've got interests already in terms of helping countries develop some of the centers for disease control to better monitor, detect, and respond to outbreaks of diseases. We've got also investments in primary care. Finally, in terms of preparedness, we're looking at helping to work together, as Juan Pablo mentioned, building partnerships for greater innovation, including with pharmaceutical manufacturing companies. And in addition, looking at building regulatory and clinical trial capacities. So part of the technology cooperation, technology transfer that is required. Let me now turn to two country examples of how we're working in this area of vaccine preparedness. So we are partnering with Bangladesh as far as expanding vaccine manufacturing capacity. And here I'd like to focus on a few points. So if we look at Bangladesh, it is a country with a relatively large population, relatively high birth rate. There's a large market for vaccines, and in the case of Bangladesh, it is increasingly growing to income country that no longer accords Gavi subsidies by 2027. So we feel that this is a potential country that can establish a strong vaccine manufacturing hub, and through that we are looking at supporting Bangladesh and the government by 100% financial cooperation, allocation for procurement, import and management of routine immunization vaccines, as well as, importantly enough, developing the ecosystem, which I will touch upon, looking at how we can develop facilities, train people, technologies, and developing the pharmaceutical regulator capacity. We've heard before yesterday, it's all about improving absorptive capacity, getting pharmas to want to invest, and looking at how we can scale up and increase that demand over the cycle. In terms of what we're doing now is we've put together a 5-year roadmap, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but basically we divide it into two phases or stages. The first stage is looking at how we can develop more fill and finish manufacturing capacity of human vaccines. That is going through a process that by 2024, we should be able to upgrade the regulatory capacity to maturity level 3, which allows countries to export these vaccines. And then if we take it forward, we look at developing a full cycle development targeting vaccines in terms of even indigenous bulk manufacturing by 2027. If we look at the partnership aspect, we're working closely with WHO, and here we've got a number of key milestones. So first, there was an assessment of the national regulator in the capacity, which is, in the case of Bangladesh, the Director General of Drug Administration. Thereafter, we have looked at the possibility of addressing standards and staffing challenges. From there, we want to support and advance to get to ML3 as a critical step in this roadmap. We then want to continue to enhance the provision of human resources, and finally get to an operational level that brings together the coalition of interested parties and collaborative registration procedures. So you can see from the bottom that ADB is supporting many areas, including a national lab at Chittagong, Bangladesh. Turning to the regulatory support by ADB, very quickly, just focusing on 3 areas. Laboratory complex, and here it's all about establishing testing facilities of vaccines, drugs, and traditional medicine. Moving to post-marketing surveillance, and here it's all about really the logistical support, transport infrastructure, cold chain storage, etc. And then finally, capacity building, which is really the establishment of training centers, collaboration programs with national regulatory agencies, and IT support. This brings me to the last example of how we're working, in this case with the Republic of Korea, in building knowledge and skills for vaccine manufacturing. So what are we doing with Korea? Well, we're working closely with them on this funded Republic of Korea ADB support that was highlighted by the Vice Minister. It involves an 8-week intensive course in Incheon that is delivered by a joint Yonsei University and the Korean National Institute of Bioprocessing Research and Training. It is important because it brings in custom-made and hands-on training facility. It needs to be very practical. It brings in, and this is key, both the regulatory aspects as well as into the facility, vaccine facility manufacturing as part of the training process. So it brings in links regulators, manufacturers, and educators. It is a very good model that we are developing. So far, we have been able to train 60 people as of end of this year across 13 developing member countries. And it brings, of course, the ecosystem partners, including manufacturers, regulators, researchers, and trainers. With that, let me thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carrasco, for your meaningful words of a presentation as a representative of ADB. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have one final presentation. And now, please allow me to invite a special advisor on pharmaceuticals and health of African Development Bank, Ms. Padmasree Sempes. So she will be giving a final presentation. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Vice Minister of Health, Republic of Korea, Brazil, and Tunisia, my distinguished co-panelists, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to address this forum on behalf of the African Development Bank. Inequitable access to COVID-19 vaccines and drugs has been a problem of 4 dimensions: production, allocation, affordability, and deployment. Of this, the first 3 dimensions, production, allocation, and affordability, are actually dependent on the ability to innovate and manufacture. High-income countries where vaccine R&D and production capacity was abundant not only were able to manufacture and immediately deploy their capacity to solve the issue of access to medicines, but they were also able to ban exports, pre-order doses from companies, and deal with the COVID-19 pandemic better. In contrast, low and middle-income countries, particularly those in Africa, as well as the COVAX facility that purchased doses for distribution in low and middle-income countries, were dependent on supplies after the pre-purchase commitments were completed. Affordability and pricing, once again, were actually elements of equity that were equally challenged when countries sought to buy vaccines on a bilateral basis. In 2021, when the European Union was paying $3.50 per dose of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, South Africa was being charged $5.25 and Uganda was being charged $7 for the same vaccine. We are lucky that the pandemic has progressed towards lesser aggressive mutants and more manageable way to address the disease, and we are able to draw lessons today. So if there are 3 legacy lessons that we can draw from the pandemic, particularly for Africa, the first one is that building an equitable post-COVID-19 world will require an integrated approach to pharmaceuticals and health. The second lesson from the pandemic is that capacity should not become a focus of attention when we are in a crisis situation. Local production and its facilitation through financing and technology access has to be our focus now. Third, financing interventions are important, but ensuring financing is sustainable and equitable requires an equal focus on access to technologies. In fact, the difficulties being demonstrated by a large number of African firms is actually showing testimony that no amount of financing for local production is secure or capable of bearing the broader ecosystem results we want to see in the pharmaceutical sector unless we also have technology access. To tackle these lessons on board and to address them systematically, our system of access to medicines and vaccines needs to change at all levels. We need increased regional supply capacity that can be deployed immediately. We need a focus on access and affordability, and we need regional and international cooperation. The African Development Bank's efforts in this regard focuses on this comprehensively. Since the pandemic, the African Union and Africa CDC have come up with a target of 60% production of vaccines in the continent by 2040. The African Union and Africa CDC have also recently issued a communique requesting international agencies to source 30% of the vaccines that they supply through African firms. Towards this end, the African Development Bank has actually put in place a pharmaceutical production plan that aims to invest $10 billion over the next 10 years to increase the capacity of African firms to produce. The African Development Bank also continues to deepen its support for healthcare infrastructure in the continent. The bank not only has mobilized at least $220 million for the Ebola response and $4 billion for COVID-19 health-related operations, but it also has a strategy for quality health infrastructure in Africa from 2022 to 2030 that seeks to reinforce Africa's health infrastructure. But most importantly, at the bank, we recognize that regional manufacturing is a complex exercise. It's not just that there are fixed overhead costs for firms or large investments that denote large risks, but also that it's the first time that we are looking at regional manufacturing as a construct in the African continent. To build resilient manufacturing capacity that can cater to pandemic supply, but also be equally efficient in between pandemics to tackle the regional healthcare needs of Africa, we need a broader focus on initiatives that not just address single product pipelines and single partnerships as we have now, but they also address a wider set of efforts to build technology transfer and technology capabilities. We need a strong focus not just on licensing end products, but also on building blocks and on providing different technology platforms that are at various stages of development to African firms. We need this not only to increase absorption capacity in the continent, we need this to create a level playing field for new entrants to come in with a range of technology offerings on a global scale. Thus, in such a context, technology sharing is not just about giving something from a lead firm to a lagging firm, but it promotes innovation and competition and enhances access to medicines and pandemic preparedness for the future. In order to facilitate this, the African Development Bank has set up a new agency. It is called the African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation. It's the first regional agency of its kind, which will improve the effectiveness of financing of local production initiatives in the region by trying to address the technology needs of these local production initiatives and by trying to broadly address the technology absorption capacity of African firms, the African public sector, and other agencies working on the African continent. The Foundation's goals are to go beyond the 30 current initiatives that have a focus on building production capacity. It aims to synergize the impact towards nurturing a new cohort of African companies that can lead the charge to contributing to regional health security, and not only to improve access to medicines in Africa, but also around the world. In short, to be future prepared in the African region, we need companies that can technologically learn, diversify their product ranges, and step in to produce a number of new innovative products over time. The APTF, as it's called in its shorter form, will be a technology mediation agency, and it will promote and broker strategic alliances between foreign and African companies. It will strengthen local companies to engage in local production initiatives through systematic technology learning and technology upgrading at the plant level. It will promote closer coordination of the various ongoing initiatives within the African region. It will strengthen the regional R&D ecosystem through new regional instruments and work with African governments and R&D centers of excellence to strengthen the regional innovation ecosystem for Africa and build skills and workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, the APTF will work very closely with all African agencies in the continent, particularly the African Union, the Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing, and the Africa CDC, and the newly conceptualized the African Medicines Agency. But it will also work very closely with all international agencies, such as Gavi, CEPI, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and all the other agencies that are tasked to promote access and better pandemic preparedness for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sempis, for that final presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our first plenary session. We learned a great lesson from our experiences over the last 2 years as we were able to overcome this crisis, not with an isolated effort, but through the close cooperation of the global community. In this sense, I believe that this session was a significant opportunity to invite representatives from each country and international organizations to share their knowledge and experiences in coping with COVID-19 and their plans for future pandemic responses. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to our presenters and of course our participants both online and offline. Thank you, and we will have a short break, and please come back to this hall in about 5 minutes. We will have the second session. Thank you very much. And our presenters on the stage, we would like to have a group photo together. Please come forward. Please gather at the center of the stage. And may I ask our presenters once again to please take off their masks and please look at the camera. Yes, please be at the center, Minister. Presenters, can you come forward a little bit to the first row? Yes, thank you. And can you move to your right side 2 more steps? Can you please move right 2 more steps? Yes. No more. Let's look at the camera at the center. Yes, make a big smile since we don't have a mask. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a housekeeping announcement. We will begin the second session shortly. For those who are outside of the room, please come inside and take your seat, please.
May I have your attention, please? We will soon begin the second session of the World Bio Summit 2022. So those who are still in the lobby, please make your way inside the hall and please be seated. Thank you once again for your kind cooperation. And this session, we will be joined by panelists and presenters to have their presentations. And we will have an in-depth discussion as well. So if you need a simultaneous interpretation service, please use the receiver. Channel 1 for English and channel 2 is once again for Korean. Thank you. May I ask all of our participants, please enter the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We will soon begin the session 2. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the second session. Please be seated. Thank you very much for your patience. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2022 World Bio Summit. We will begin the second session. So this second plenary session of the 2022 World Bio Summit titled R&D Investment Strategies, Vaccines and Biologics Preparation for Post-COVID-19. In this session, we will have 4 speakers and 4 panelists and have fruitful discussion. And once again, for your information, if you need a translation service, channel 1 for English, channel 2 for Korean. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. And now, please allow me to introduce our moderator of the session. This session, we have Chief Scientific Advisor and Director for Research and Evidence at the FCDO, Dr. Charlotte Watts. So she will be leading the session. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator with a big round of applause. Please, now you may have the floor.
Great, lovely, thank you, and good morning, everybody. It is a huge pleasure and privilege as the Chief Scientist in the UK's Foreign Affairs and Development Department to be invited both to represent the UK at this very important event, but also to chair this session. I'm really pleased to be here, both as representing a country that developed the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine and supported its tech transfer to many countries that we've heard about, as well as committing and evaluating therapeutics that we were using as part of our own response and sharing our genetic analysis of new variants as they emerged. I'm also very pleased to be here representing the UK as a leader and supporter of the pandemic preparedness agenda, and that includes in our leadership of G7 and promotion of the pandemic preparedness plan, and the 100-day mission includes hosting the CEPI replenishment, and also as a major supporter of COVAX, ACT-A, and Gavi, amongst other agencies. We're very keen to listen and learn, and I'm particularly excited by this session because clearly the issue of investment is critical to all of the ambitions that we have and that have been laid out in our discussions over yesterday and this morning. So with no further ado, I'm going to kick off on our session. What we're going to do is have a series of presentations, and then we have a panel who are going to offer their reflections on the presentations, and particularly bring out issues around the implications for future investment strategies. And I hope we'll get a really good mix of insights and analyses as part of this panel. So I'd first like to invite Sharon Lewin up to...
Charlotte for the kind introduction, and thank you to the organisers for inviting me to present to you. I'd like to start by acknowledging the incredible leadership of the Republic of Korea in hosting and convening this meeting, bringing together political leaders, industry and academia to reflect on what we've learnt and think about the future is critically important at this time. We heard yesterday we need to prepare from Jerome Kim, and nothing could be more important. We've heard a lot about vaccine preparedness over the last day, and very little about the role of direct-acting antivirals. But I want to emphasise the importance and multiple potential roles of antivirals in a pandemic. First of all, antivirals can prevent the risk of acquiring infection. We know this incredibly well from work done in HIV. Antivirals can protect against the risk of acquiring disease, and antivirals can protect against an individual requiring hospitalisation. Now, in COVID-19, we've learnt that we have interventions at every level of this pathway. We know that antibodies can protect against infection, protect against acquiring disease and prevent hospitalisation. And then more recently, we know that oral antiviral therapeutics can protect against disease and hospitalisation. But this took a long time to learn, and still now very few countries have access to these sorts of interventions. Now, this is a timeline of the time it took to develop one of our first vaccines, the Pfizer mRNA vaccine, on the top row, and on the bottom row, the timeline to develop one of the first and probably the most effective oral antiviral drug, Paxlovid, on the bottom row, both developed by Pfizer. You can see it took almost 12 months longer to develop an antiviral. We recently did some modelling on what would have been different had we had an antiviral within 6 months of the outbreak instead of within 2 years, and estimated that about 4 million lives would have been saved. So an incredible intervention that we need much, much earlier in the future. However, there have been some very significant challenges in developing antivirals for SARS-CoV-2. First of all, the pathogenesis of COVID-19 is incredibly complex. There are different phases of early viral replication, the role of the immune system, and it meant antivirals had to be given very early to have an impact. It took a number of months to learn this. Second, the current technologies we use for antiviral development, although incredibly powerful in many viral diseases, takes time and can actually lead to some wrong turns, which we saw early on in the pandemic, examples such as hydroxychloroquine and others. We have no existing models of really highly active antivirals for respiratory pathogens that we actually have available for blood-borne viruses such as HIV. And finally, and these numbers are extraordinary to me, we've had minimal investment in new technologies for antivirals compared to vaccines. We commissioned BCG to look at this in detail, and they told us that by October 2021, there had been close to $137 billion invested in new technologies for vaccines for COVID, as opposed to $7 billion for antivirals. So there's a lot of room for improvement. Now, the current approaches to developing antivirals take time, and platform approaches could greatly accelerate this process. This is a slightly complicated slide, but basically tells you the traditional pathways to developing antivirals along the top row, as compared to if we had molecular platforms that could be rapidly adapted to a new pathogen, a thinking that has very heavily influenced the vaccine field. If we go the traditional route, each molecule is unique, therefore requires preclinical evaluation and, of course, phase 1, 2, and 3 development. But this can take close to 2 to 5 years. If we had a molecular platform-based approach, you would have the platform already evaluated and rapidly adapt to a new pathogen. And there are multiple examples of these sorts of platform approaches to antiviral development, and I'm going to talk about 2 of those. The first is antibodies. Antibodies did serve us quite well in the pandemic. The first available antibodies were released in mid-2020, but basically have not been able to keep up with the variants. We need antibodies that work across whole virus families, and these are already being discovered and reported for the SARS-CoV-2 sarbecovirus families. Antibodies, though, are expensive, they take time, and they're difficult to administer. So we need to improve production, the delivery modalities, and substantially reduce cost. This is not just relevant for COVID, but many other pathogens of pandemic potential can benefit from antibodies as antivirals. 2 examples here are Nipah virus and Ebola virus, which, again, these therapeutics are available, but difficult to produce and distribute. Another approach could be totally different to what we are currently doing now. On the left is a complicated life cycle of the virus, and in orange boxes shows the points of intervention of currently available antiviral drugs for SARS-CoV-2. But if we adopted new technologies and we targeted the nucleic acid or genetic code or RNA directly of the virus, we could adapt new antivirals much more quickly. And some examples include CRISPR technology, CRISPR-Cas9 that targets DNA, or CRISPR-Cas13 that actually can target viral RNA, as my group showed recently in collaboration with other colleagues in Melbourne. The challenge for these new technologies is in the delivery, but again, spectacular advances in this have been learnt through COVID. mRNA, lipid nanoparticles, the vehicle for delivering vaccination, can also deliver therapeutics such as these CRISPR technologies. And imagine a world where we could deliver this very quickly, locally, for respiratory pathogens through an inhaled device. So what's needed for the future? Well, we really need significant investment in new technologies. Many governments are stepping up to this challenge. The US government announced a $500 million investment in 9 centres called antiviral drug discovery centres that will focus on pathogens of pandemic potential. The Gates Foundation, together with Open Philanthropy and Novo Nordisk, have also supported pandemic antiviral discovery, their first announcement of $90 million for paramyxoviruses. But we really do need more funders. We need more governments to invest in antiviral development. We need more industry investment. We need more global philanthropic investment. And we may even benefit from personal philanthropic investment. In September of this year, we announced a gift from Jeff Cumming of 250 million Australian dollars. That's 160 million US dollars, or 250 billion won, to a single centre, the Doherty Institute. Jeff is a Canadian philanthropist who wanted to make a difference to humanity personally, and I suspect there are many others like Jeff in our global community. The gift will establish the Cumming Global Centre for Pandemic Therapeutics. The centre will focus on long-term, mission-based funding to researchers to develop novel platform technologies for pathogens of pandemic potential that can adapt at speed. Our goal is to leverage this foundation gift 5-fold over the next 10 years, raising funds of $1.25 billion from government, industry and other investors. And to start this process, the Victorian state government announced $75 million over 10 years to the centre, announced by Premier Dan Andrews, seen there on the left, standing next to Peter Doherty. The centre will attract global talent to this very important area of identifying novel platforms. It will focus on emerging high potential molecular platforms that can adapt at speed. It will be located in the Doherty Institute and then the newly announced Australian Institute for Infectious Disease located in Melbourne. And we aim to fund laboratories both internally and externally to the Doherty, with 30% of the funds going globally. In closing, I think we need to learn from CEPI. Significant advancement in the Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovation put us in a good position for vaccine development for COVID. We were not in that position for developing therapeutics. We need to be similarly as ambitious to develop a novel therapeutic of any new pathogen with a goal of 100 days. But this is going to need significant investment from government, from industry, and also global and personal philanthropy. Thanks very much for the opportunity, and I hope this summit can accelerate these sorts of very needed initiatives. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you, Sharon. I'd now like to invite up our second speaker, Margaret Liu. So Margaret is CEO of ProThermImmune. Over to you, Margaret.
Excellencies and distinguished participants, thank you for the honor to share perspectives and priorities going forward. May I begin by offering admiration to the government and scientists of Korea for their visionary, generous, and steadfast commitment to vaccines and improving the health of fellow humans throughout the world. I was privileged, starting almost 25 years ago, to have a long-standing association with the International Vaccine Institute located here in Seoul. I was first the chairman of the scientific advisory group, and then trustee and executive vice chair of the IVI board. Thanks to the Korean government's funding, IVI became the first grantee of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for which I was senior advisor, to develop a vaccine for use in low-income countries. This was a vaccine against cholera and was both low cost and oral, which has many advantages for its use. Korea and IVI, as you all know, has continued this leadership in its role now for the global training hub. So the key goals then that I would like to talk about going forward, let me just mention I have a few disclosures. I was a member of the WHO drafting groups that grew up regulatory guidelines for both DNA and mRNA vaccines, and I was a longtime member of the Oxford Jenner Institute, SAB, which developed the AstraZeneca COVID vaccines. We all know about the successes that have been developed for the COVID vaccines, but let's talk about what additional gaps we have remaining. So while these vaccines can prevent death and serious illness, what are still needed are we need to increase global access for vaccines. We also, though, need to increase confidence in vaccines and treatments. We need vaccines to prevent mucosal infection and transmission, because this will be crucial, not just to prevent the spread of disease, but also to prevent the rising of additional variants. We need to develop needle-free delivery of vaccines, which will facilitate vaccine administration, but also increase the acceptability of immunization. And importantly, for the health of our planet and the health of individuals, we need to decrease medical waste, particularly the sharps. If you imagine that of the 12.8 billion vaccines that have been given today, nearly all of these have been done using a needle. So we need to decrease this medical waste. And then, ideally, we need single-dose vaccines in order to both increase access and to provide more immediate protection against a pathogen. Let me talk for just a little bit about One Health. One Health is the interaction of pathogens between humans and animals, but also the interaction between the environment and the state of our climate. A One Health example that you're all aware of is influenza, which spreads not just, for example, from birds to humans as in avian flu, but spreads between humans then back to animals. And these sorts of spread are not just important because of the numbers of individuals and the number of animals that become infected, but because of the challenges then of the mutants that arise and the recombinations with new strains arising. So where do we go from COVID to thinking about One Health? Well, we need to remember that the health of people, animals, and the environment are all intertwined. Diseases spread in two directions. Pandemics arise from animals, but also humans transmit back to animals. And then climate change plays a role in the spread of vector-borne diseases, particularly through mosquitoes. So we need a comprehensive approach to addressing One Health, and that includes for vaccine development. I'd like just to mention the International Society for Vaccines, for which I'm the co-chair of the board. We partner with regional entities such as the Korean Vaccine Society, and I'm very pleased to announce that Professor Jun Ri from Chonam University is one of our board members. What is really important about this is that we focus on increasing scientific collaborations, but just as important, we focus on training up the next generation of vaccinologists by providing mentoring and opportunities for career development through our society. We also provide multiple online symposia as well as our international congress. We are truly international, We had a meeting here in Seoul in 2015, and at this year's meeting in Quebec City, we had representatives from 34 countries, including through our hybrid online format. The reason that we focus on one world for one health is that the more we collaborate and learn from each other and train up the next generation, the better we can protect and improve the health of humans, animals, and our planet. So going forward, what are the solutions we need? Well, we need improved surveillance for animal and human pathogens. We need to further develop vaccine platforms because not only do we need rapid vaccine development, but we need technologies that are affordable and accessible. Now, this may include ideally single administration vaccines. We also desperately need mucosal vaccines, both for their ease of administration and their acceptability, but also because we need to be able to decrease actual infection and spread of pathogens in addition to protecting from serious disease and death. So our priorities must be that we need to increase funding for surveillance and epidemiology, but we need to also remember that we need to study pathogen and vaccine science, because it was only because of prior in-depth understanding of another pathogen, respiratory syncytial virus, that the vaccines for COVID could be made so quickly because of understanding the spike protein. We need, as we've discussed here, global access to vaccines, but that means optimizing vaccine technologies because we're really not there yet, as transformative as the mRNA vaccines have been. So besides increasing global manufacturing capacity, we need to improve health systems to ensure vaccine distribution and access for all. We need to focus on a One Health holistic approach to integrate human, animal, and climate science. And importantly, we need to work on societal education. We need to rebuild trust in science, and we need confidence in vaccines to be increased. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Margaret. I'd now like to invite our third speaker, Philippe Dunnington, who's Executive Director of Unitaid, up to give his presentation.
Hello. Good morning. Thanks, Charlotte. I'm Philippe Dunnington, the Executive Director of Unitaid, and I'm very pleased to be with you this morning. Pleased and honored, because we have been talking a lot, and we will talk about the response in terms of pandemic situation. And I think that the vision here with this first World Bio Forum is absolutely key and absolutely on time to think about the future. And I think that President Yoon said rightly that we need to have the countermeasure yesterday at the opening, but we need also to make sure that people in need have access to that. So I will talk about access. Just maybe a few words about Unitaid. Our agency is really focused on access to innovation, fighting HIV, TB, and malaria since 16 years, with a strong support from UK, by the way, and France, and Brazil, and others, but also Republic of Korea since inception. It's very important that this multilateral effort has been since the beginning diverse in terms of geography. What we do is saving lives, money, and time. Live will reach 100 million people a year. We will save 6 billion in the next 5 years. And with our colleagues of the Global Fund, we measure that, in fact, the acceleration in the pipe of Unitaid can accelerate by 3 years the way that the global response will reach the goals. So just to say that in our capacity, I've been the co-lead for therapeutic partnership of ACT-A. I cannot say better than Sharon what we have been facing. I think I will, the complexity and the challenge that we have been facing was really something that we have to learn and find solution. But I would highlight the need to be driven by evidence. As you all know, it was very challenging times where a lot of people with crazy ideas without evidence, and I think that all the response have been suffering from that. As ACTA Therapeutic with the Global Fund and others, we have also set the response in terms of oxygen, because innovation is not new product. It's also product that doesn't exist at country, and I just want to flag the need to continue to increase access to oxygen to work on the market. So what we have learned is, and I think it's something that we need to have in mind in the next steps, is the importance of access. Access meaning the right product, the right price, the right quality. But I think more and more, it was discussed this morning and yesterday, I think that we need to think in access also in, I would say, not name local manufacturing, I think it's misleading, but at least regional or continental production. Why I don't like local production? Because you don't think about market. If you want to be successful, you have to make sure that you have the right size of the market, and then, of course, that will, of course, make the investment that you are making for regional production work and sustainable. One other lesson I just want to have in mind before moving to the biologic rapidly is the fact that when I was talking about be focused on evidence base, we have learned a lot over the last 2 years and a half. And also we have learned how important it is to focus on high-risk people and elderly people, which was not something that we were really expecting at the beginning, and it has a lot of consequence in the response. So biologics are really powerful. It was said before. We have seen the potential use of MABs at the beginning of the pandemic in both capacity or antiviral, but also immunoregulator. There are actually 350 in the pipelines, so a diverse therapeutic approach. So it's an immense potential to save and improve life, also in low-resource settings. But, because there is a big but. The challenge of biologic is that the African region makes up only 1% of the current global market for MABs. There is really a challenge in terms of capacity and the global bio manufacturing with also the question of biosimilar is a really a major bottleneck. So we need also regulators. So there are many barriers that we know. I will not go into details, but we need to know, to have in mind, if we want to address that. The way to address access issues is, in fact, to think when we develop the product, how to address the question in intellectual property, transfer of technology, transfer of know-how, of course, capital, and market, if we want to be successful. Of course, working on affordability is absolutely key. I will finish to invite all of us here, the industry, member of agencies, and a member of government, that we need to create a new business model based on cooperation. Again, supporting in regional manufacturing, building capacity, supporting technology transfer, and again, make a new vision of what it is. And again, it's not just for the pandemic that will come, but just to highlight that the response to HIV, to TB, or even malaria can benefit also from the biologic. So this is the challenge that we have ahead of us. For the ones who are interested to work with us, we will organize in March 2023 a special meeting for the low and middle income access to next generation of monoclonal antibody, because we believe that it's important to invest again from the R&D, but also to think about how we can turn into real next step in terms of access. Thank you for your attention, and see you soon, I hope, with working with United to achieve this great dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. And I'd like to now invite our final speaker, Dong-Yoon Ri, to the panel. He is Vice Commissioner for the Korean Intellectual Property Office. Thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ryu Dong-won from Korean Intellectual Property Office. It is my great honor to be part of this occasion with the prominent speakers in and outside of Korea to talk about the COVID-19 and its nexus with technology development. Today, I would like to briefly explain the role of IPRs in COVID-19 therapeutics development process and main issues and challenges to be addressed in the pandemic era, and how the patent system can be used to increase the accessibility to vaccines. In 2019, at the end of 2019, COVID-19 broke out and vaccine was developed quite rapidly. And there were three things we need to pay attention to. First, effective mRNA vaccines have rapidly been developed within 1 year since the outbreak by biotech companies. Usually, when it comes to new vaccines or therapies, it takes at least 10 years. So in case of COVID-19, it took only 1 year. It was developed at the end of 2020, and AstraZeneca started the vaccination in the UK for the first time back then. Secondly, technological information, including the genetic information of viruses, has been rapidly exchanged worldwide. If you see this graph, from March to April, the number of people surged. Third, IPR issues has been raised regarding vaccine development. If you see this map, including African continent and many less developed countries are suffering from lack of vaccination. And this lack of vaccination has been caused partially by the IPR, some said. As a member of the Intellectual Property Office, I don't think that the IPR is a stumbling block for the vaccination coverage increase. However, it was true that it has been pointed as one of the possible causes for poor vaccination. As you know, the patent gives an exclusive rights to an inventor, and the inventor also required to disclose the details of the invention after getting such a right. And because of such patent system, many biopharmaceutical companies were able to be developed despite the fierce competition. In case of Moderna, the company suffered from huge loss, but after 2020, the company overcome the difficulties of the huge loss. But during that difficult years, the company did not cease to make an investment. That is because the number of patents increased at the same time. So when they invite investors, they talk that the number of the patent is quite large, and that brought another investment, and that was the one cause of one reason of the success of the Moderna, I believe. So patent system disclose information regarding the details of the invention very quick. And if you see this graph, this tells the number of the patent filed by the biopharmaceutical company, which has been on the rise, and also vaccine-related patent has been increased continuously. Especially after 2020, the number skyrocketed. the number of the patent is quite important. Of course, the number of papers are important, but details of the genetic information and vaccine information are very much included in patent papers. So the number of the patent relating to COVID-19 has been on the rise after 2019, as this graph shows. One interesting fact is that the patent filing facilitated the paper production as well. Actually, it takes 18 months to be fully disclosed in case of the patent, so many worry about the delay in disclosure. However, if you see the graph on the right side, after filing patents, a while later, papers are disclosed as well very actively. So researchers already has a kind of protection because of the patent system, so they can be rest assured when they publish the papers. I don't think that I can flip the slide. Okay. So the patents facilitate the technology development. In case of Moderna, in case of the variant nuclei, they received a license from the UPenn institution and data development continuously. And this example can be seen in many other cases as well. My institution responded to pandemic and produced various strategies. First, COVID-related technology has been approved through the fast-track approach, and also R&D project was launched so that the vaccine developers can be receive some consulting services for technology development. And through consulting, their prior arts were researched and shared, and the consulting was also about how to do the proper licensings and how to make the best technology within the existing patent system. Also, technology systems and existing systems were evaluated, and this kind of approach was very well received by many developers. Lastly, I'm going to touch upon the IP issues. As this slide tells, around the world, there are many patent conflicts going on across the globe. And because of such patent conflicts, some might have a concern of a poor supply of vaccine. And because of this criticism, the international community has been having quite active negotiation, and WTO this year announced the agreement on the delay of the patent protection, especially for the underdeveloped countries. The patent right exercise should be delayed, and it was supported by the Korean government as well. So developing countries are now having this kind of delay benefit, and NPP or other patent pools are actively having this kind of discussion as well. A lot of companies are kind of giving leniency to developing countries so that they can give some kind of royalty-free product only to the developing countries. In case of richer countries, they can generate much higher profit in richer countries, whereas they can provide more affordable product to developing countries. I think this is reasonable and a sustainable system. So, as I said in my presentation, patent system is not a stumbling block for vaccine development at all. Rather, it should be a partner for vaccine developers. It facilitates the vaccine development and create a fair environment for vaccination. Going forward, the human being will face another round of pandemic. And if such crisis happens, or until the end of the COVID-19, we will pay great attention to the vaccination and provide necessary support. Thank you so much for your kind of listening.
Thank you very much. A great combination of presentations and very, very contrasting. We've had Sharon saying it's not just vaccines. We need to think about the opportunities around therapeutics. We've had Margaret really stress the unfinished agenda around vaccines, including broader agendas around One Health. We've had Philippe really talk around issues around access, the importance of evidence, issues that maybe haven't received sufficient attention, like oxygen and other critical technology, and the importance of thinking both about threats from new diseases, but also day-to-day killers. And then lastly, a presentation really unpacking issues around intellectual property. So I'm now going to invite our distinguished panelists to just give us some brief reflections, and they can be brief given issues of time, on any aspect of the 4 presentations, and particularly if you could bring out aspects around what it might mean around investment. So, and Hani Kim, we're going to start with you. Hani is Executive Director for Research Investment for Global Health Technology Fund, the Wright Foundation. So as an investor, what stands out for you?
Thank you, Charlotte. I would like to make comments on 2 points that have been echoed by many presenters and panelists yesterday and both today. One is thinking about truly equitable access in the early stage of product development. What does that mean? Second is collaboration. And I would like to touch upon what we've heard from the presenters, as well as what we at the Wright Foundation are trying to contribute towards those goals. So first, if we think about what it takes to think about the equity and access in mind, even from the early stages of product development, there are specific product characteristics that already have to be considered very early on, and preferably in consultation and close thought partnership with the partners in the areas that you ultimately envision the effective and sustainable use of the particular product. What we've heard, for example, is desirability to reduce complexity in implementation and delivery. So rather than having multi-doses, can we innovate so that we can minimize the number of doses? Secondly, manufacturability in support of local production. Can we innovate the way we manufacture so that it can be simplified? And then thirdly, thermal stability. This is another area of innovation that our foundation is trying to focus on. And as it happens in terms of our approach, we do care deeply about leveraging Korean partner strengths to innovate in those aspects. I think it's extremely important to enter this collaboration with a healthy dose of humility and understand where we are strong in. Korean partners are very strong in the engineering aspects, especially in the domains that I've just illustrated. We are relatively weak in, for example, very early discovery phase of innovative research, whether it's drug design or immunogen design. Another area that Korean partners have a room to learn with and learn from is international collaboration, to learn directly from partners in low and middle income countries to better understand the appropriate use case and target product profile, to ensure that the products that are made will be impactful in reducing health inequities. So we do give out not only the product development awards, but we are trying to play a catalytic role in facilitating those partnerships. I've had a delightful conversation with Sharon and Dr. Mook, for example, to organize a forum sometime next year so that we can really bring in not just Korean experts, but experts from abroad, so we can truly be engaged in exchange of knowledge and skills.
Great, thank you. Some strong reflections. Okay, now going to turn to Manky Song, who's Deputy Director General of the International Vaccine Initiative.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. I think many things overlap with Hani, so because I think IVI also trying to achieve the equitable access of vaccines. So thank you very much for your wonderful comment. Actually, as you knew quite well, IVI keep trying to develop affordable vaccine for low and middle income countries. And we developed cholera, and also quite recently our typhoid conjugate vaccine is in the final stage of a WHO PQ. So I hope we can develop the second vaccine. Also, we are trying to develop a third vaccine. And IVI is quite a long time trying very hard, not just to develop vaccine, also to achieve equitable access, make whole world to approach and have the vaccine at the same time. So, but as Margaret said, we can just achieve this goal, also developing new technology and also new approaches like one-shot vaccine or mucosal vaccine, because it's quite easy to develop. And when they deliver vaccines, so for example, microneedles, we don't need the medical doctor, something like that, or just you can deliver by yourself, something like that. So we can also achieve that kind of goal using with the new and novel technologies. So I think that kind of development is very important. I totally agree about your ideas. And also, by training, as Philip said, domestic production of vaccines also is very important. You already experienced this inequity providing vaccines globally. So IBI, I also thought this is very important point, and domestic and local production of vaccines. So we work very hard together with the MOHW Korea and also WHO to, how can I say, to produce vaccines as many as countries who wanted to produce by themselves. So we made this BioHub manufacturing training hub program. We also now GMP training program. We also wanted to train in on-site real GMP facilities, something like that. So that's it's ongoing. But I think with that kind of training plus tech transfer, IBI is transferring vaccine technology to real production of vaccine on-site. I think that kind of altogether you can achieve goals, domestic and local production. So I hope we achieve this goal. But for this, to achieve all of these goals, we need a lot of investment. As Sharon commented, we need money. I mean, we need huge investment to achieve all these goals. I think, but it has been difficult, difficult to collect, to have this money. So I think now it's time to change. To achieve these goals, I think we need to have a lot of investment to new technology or making domestic productions. I think globally you need to change your mind too, and I hope a lot of investment is made in the next future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're now going to hand over to Emmanuel Montemolli, who is President and Chief Scientific Officer of Ms. Mederi in the University, I'm going to say it incorrectly, sorry, University of Siena. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Charlotte, and thank you very much for the organizer and the Minister of Health and Welfare in South Republic of Korea for inviting me. It's a very big honor to be here. So I have a couple of comments, and I cannot say a recommendation because I'm not in the position to recommend, but a couple of comments. I learned a lot yesterday and today about the global cooperations in any single steps in manufacturing, distribution, vaccine administration centers, etc. And what we are doing in Siena is quite particular because we are doing serology for clinical trials, which is an important part in the vaccines assessment, approbation, and release as well. So what I suggest is to try to create a globally network for laboratories very well accredited, let me say GCLP, good clinical laboratory practice laboratories that are ready for any future pandemics. Because when we started with COVID pandemics, we started with the analysis, and I still remember that I was approached from a company in Asia, and they told us, can you do the neutralization for SARS-CoV-2? Yes, we have to standardize, but nobody was ready. And still now, after 2 years, there are few labs around the world that are able to analyze samples from clinical trials for COVID-19 after 2 years. I mean, this means that we have put a lot of resources in any single step, but probably we missed something. And that is missed in between can stop the full process of vaccines release and vaccines availability for the population. So we need probably a PPP, we say in Italy, public-private partnership, which is the most suitable path to reach this goal. We need to engage much better the academic institutions. I don't know what. as I said, I don't have recommendations, I have comments only. But what I can say is that we need to complete the full chain of vaccine, from the research to manufacturing, to clinical trials as well, and to vaccine release and administration. Thank you very much, Charlotte. Thanks.
Thank you. Great. And now I'd like to hand over to Hyung Sang Wook, who's CEO of the Korea Drug Development Fund, for his reflections.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to be here to share my interest and my insight. I'm in charge of providing R&D fund and R&D facilities to academia and biotech companies, as well as pharmaceutical companies in Korea. So everybody in this room already have known that to fight against the SARS-CoV-2 virus has two pillars. The first one is vaccines. The second pillar is antiviral treatment to the patient. But so far, mankind have shown the power of science and the power of collaboration in the field of vaccine creation. Good example is the WHO and CEPI and COVAX facilities, and Gavi is a good example of creating such kind of a remedy for SARS-CoV-2 viruses. But unfortunately, we cannot successfully create and make such kind of collaboration in terms of creating antiviral drugs or antiviral remedies so far. So I think, how can we do the right things for the creating antiviral the drugs? So today, Professor Sharon Lewin of Doherty Institute showed a good way how to create the antiviral drugs for the mankind. So today I would like to suggest that CEPI may expand their capabilities and their the functions into the creation of antiviral drugs, or we have to create a second CEPI for the antiviral drugs. So 2 days ago, I and many Korean the leaders of this industry have a meeting with the president of CEPI. Then we discussed about that, but at this moment, the CEPI didn't prepare yet to expand their capabilities, their capacity to expand it to the antiviral drugs. So from this World Bio Summit, we should start to discuss about how to create such kind of a global collaboration to make the antiviral drugs. It's a critical issue for the future pandemics. So that's my suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think we've had a great set of presentations and some really important reflections. I'm not going to try and capture them all, but I mean, if I think about the what, clearly we've heard about the new opportunities, the unfinished business, and some really important gaps that probably haven't received sufficient attention. On the how, collaboration, humility to me come out very strongly, and clearly we have a number of large initiatives. CEPI is one, but also if you just look at the investments that we heard about in the last session as well, that are really trying to support that collaboration and move these agendas forward. But clearly we need a lot of different partners. We need public investment, governance, we need private investment, we need philanthropic investment to high net worth individuals, if we can find them. But it really should be around a shared and collaborative agenda, I think is coming out very strongly. And lastly, the point that we heard about the market as well. Let's think about how we create markets for products in future, because that is also going to be a critical element if we're thinking about for future sustainability. So with that, I'll end. Thank you again to our distinguished panel, to our great presenters, and thank you everybody for all of your attention. If we can give everybody a final round of applause, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you, moderator, for leading this talk, and thank you to our presenters and, of course, our panelists. As our four speakers and four panelists just mentioned commonly, we also hope that this 2022 World Bio Summit can play an important role for the future cooperation with the global corporations and country leaders and organizations as well. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our session 2, entitled R&D Investment Strategies, Vaccine and Biologics Preparation for Post-COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your participation until the very end of our morning sessions. And now please enjoy your lunchtime, and we hope to meet all of you again for our third plenary session. Thank you once again for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We will soon begin the third session. I hope you had a great lunchtime, and now we will begin the afternoon sessions of the 2022 World Bio Summit. Once again, thank you for your time despite your busy schedules, and now we will begin our third plenary session. And at this session, we will have an in-depth discussion and, of course, presentations titled The Need for Global Efforts and Cooperation in Preparation for the Next Pandemic. And as we did before, we will have presentations and then we will have discussions and Q&A sessions. So ladies and gentlemen, we look forward for your active participation until the very end. And once again, if you need a translation service, channel 1 is for English, channel 2 is for Korean. And this third session will be chaired by CEO of Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, or CEPI, Dr. Richard Hatchett. And before we give the floor to our moderator, I would like to give a short introduction of CEPI. CEPI was established in 2017 for the purpose of financing the development and stockpiling of vaccines to respond to new infectious diseases. And the Institute has been committed to developing and fairly supplying vaccines against infectious diseases that pose a threat to the life and health of humanity. And Korea joined CEPI in 2020 to help in overcoming the public health crisis triggered by COVID-19. And the coalition also contributed greatly through financial support towards the successful development of Korea's first vaccine by SK Bioscience as well. In particular, CEPI announced a 100-day strategy in November 2021 to ensure vaccines will be developed within 100 days if another pandemic occurs, and is currently building a vaccine production and development network. So ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to invite our moderators. So now let's give Dr. Hatchett with a big round of applause.
Great. Distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, I want to thank our host at the Ministry of Health and Welfare and at WHO again for bringing us together for this important summit to help discuss and hopefully shape the future of global vaccine development and how we respond to future pandemic threats. How we can best prepare for these kinds of threats will be the focus of the panel session, which I have the honor of chairing. We have a great and very diverse set of speakers and a great set of panelists whom I will introduce momentarily. As all of you know, the COVID-19 pandemic illuminated the many frailties and the fragmented nature of our international pandemic preparedness and response and global health systems. But it has also highlighted what can be accomplished when necessity demanded, from the rapid establishment of public-private partnerships to accelerate vaccine development, to the creation of new institutions like COVAX, of which the Korean government was a very important contributing member and major supporter. Global collaboration has been key to how the world rallied its R&D and humanitarian responses to COVID-19, but of course needs to be improved so that we can respond even faster and more effectively to future threats. Global collaboration enabled the world to develop safe and effective vaccines in record time. But of course, we need to be able to develop them faster in the future. It will be critical to how we can prepare and better respond to future threats. Sustaining a focus on preparedness, despite all of the competing crises which I mentioned in my remarks yesterday, will be critical, because we know that COVID-19 is not the last pandemic that we will face. We do not know when we will face another pandemic. but if we are to judge from recent history, it may be very soon. So there is great urgency. I'm honored to be joined by a most distinguished panel of speakers who will help us explore the challenges and how we can make systematic improvements in the global response, how we can strengthen our global health security, and how we can realize a future free of pandemics and safe from emerging infectious diseases. Before we begin our discussion with our panel, I'm very pleased to welcome two speakers. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, known to many of you, the chief scientist of the World Health Organization, who's going to join us remotely in just momentarily, and Kim Hon-Joo, the Vice Commissioner at the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. Thank you. Dr. Swaminathan, I believe, will speak first, and hopefully we have a good connection. So, Soumya, welcome. Delighted to have you, and thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Richard, I hope you can hear me all right?
We can hear you fine.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Your Excellencies, colleagues, and my apologies for not being with you in person, but delighted to join this panel that's discussing a very important topic. I just want to share a few thoughts from our experiences at the WHO over the last 3 years or so, with a particular focus on the need to prepare for countermeasures, vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics, and think beyond pandemics and epidemics as well. Think about all of our other major public health problems, and how can global collaboration help to resolve some of those. At the beginning of the pandemic, we knew very little about this new virus, and we were quickly able to bring scientists, researchers, and academics together in February of 2020 to develop a global research roadmap. I think this was a very critical moment and a critical initiative, because it set the ball rolling in terms of really having a globally coordinated framework and prioritization of research, not just around vaccines and diagnostics and therapeutics, but also around fundamental issues of virology, of the transmission of the virus, on standardizing assays that are going to be needed, as well as on behavioral and social sciences that are so important for public health response. And also, we paid attention to the ethics, and our ethics working group was particularly active over the last 3 years and has produced a number of guidance documents addressing different aspects and ethical issues that came up during the pandemic. We have since convened thousands of scientists from around the world regularly to discuss the important scientific advances in all of these different areas. And of course, we saw how quickly vaccines were developed. Now, this was because of decades of investment in platforms like the mRNA, on which research had been going on for at least 30 years. But COVID was the first proof of principle that the mRNA platform could actually be used to develop a safe and effective vaccine. That has, of course, now opened up the opportunities for many other diseases. At the end of 2020, we had at least 3 vaccines within 1 year that had received regulatory approval. But as we went into 2021, we saw the widening inequities. So at the end of 2021, while the high-income countries had over 60% of their populations had received at least 1 dose, we found that in Africa, which is home to 1 billion people, 1/5 of the world's population, only 3% had received vaccination coverage. And even today, 68% of the global population has received at least a single dose of the COVID vaccine. Many in high-income countries have received 3 doses, but in Africa, it's still 23%. And in low-income countries, it's very, very low. Now, there are a number of reasons for this, but we need to address all of them systematically. So some of the lessons that came out of COVAX, and Richard was very much part of COVAX along with Gavi and UNICEF, we learned a few things, and I think these are important for future preparedness. The first one is to have an end-to-end approach. We have to think about all the way from supporting early research and development, all the way to procurement, deployment, and delivery, because we know vaccines don't prevent diseases. It is vaccination that prevents diseases. So the COVAX did take an end-to-end approach, and we had CEPI and WHO working on the upstream, on the R&D side, making target product profiles, convening scientists, standardizing assays, funding labs that could do these standardized assays around the world, as well as setting the benchmarks for regulatory approvals. And my colleague, Dr. Simao, is in the audience there. Very early on, the WHO came out with the regulatory benchmarks along with other agencies, regulatory agencies around the world. So that was very important, because I think the way in which you shape the research and development plays an important role. And again, I must emphasize that the inequity in access was not just to vaccines, but also importantly to diagnostics. So as we think ahead, we must expand the capacity to also make diagnostics. The second area was around the regulatory approvals and the way that regulatory agencies work together along with WHO to fast-track approvals, not compromising on safety, but at the same time using different collaborative procedures in order to fast-track the approval, so that we went from a country-by-country approval process to a regulatory reliance process where things could move quickly and regulatory agencies work very closely together. Then there was, of course, all of the innovation around procurement, the advanced purchase agreements, the multiple mechanisms we had to put in place for the first time, the indemnity and liability and indemnification clauses, the no-fault compensation scheme that was negotiated by WHO with an insurance agency that provided coverage worldwide to people who received these novel vaccines. And then finally, we need the country readiness and delivery component also. Country health systems need to be prepared, and we found that many countries struggled and are still struggling with getting people vaccinated, partly due to logistic difficulties, human workforce, or supply chain issues or cold chain issues, but also vaccine hesitancy, which we have seen in many countries, particularly, I should say, in high-income countries. This has really become a problem today, and we have to collectively think of how we handle this infodemic so that we can overcome not only vaccine hesitancy, but the whole anti-science movement that some people have used social media platforms to advocate for their anti-science and anti-rational views. And finally, I think we need the distributed manufacturing and procurement, and I think this summit is going a long way towards addressing some of those issues. You're all aware of the WHO's mRNA technology transfer program, which was put in place to address the inequities we saw in the manufacturing capacity of countries. We're delighted that South Korea was chosen as the global hub for biomanufacturing workforce training, to build a workforce for the world so that we can have an expertise in biomanufacturing and of biologics and vaccines. And on the third leg of this is the regulatory capacity strengthening, which again, WHO is working with national regulatory agencies around the world to bring them up to a certain standard. And you probably may be aware that only a third of countries worldwide have achieved the WHO benchmark maturity level of 3 and above. And so we still have a long way to go, because ensuring the safety, efficacy, quality of vaccines and other health products is critical to build the community's confidence in the products that the government is rolling out. So perhaps I will stop there, Richard, and I can always come back later to address any questions or queries. Thank you.
Great. Soumya, thank you. That was a terrific presentation. And I hope you could hear the applause. It was a wonderful presentation, both of the almost endless challenges that we face, that all of us faced collectively, the ingenuity that was used to solve the problems that we could and the challenges ahead. And we will certainly move on to the challenges ahead shortly. But now it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Kim Hyun-Joo, who is the Vice Commissioner at the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, and would like to invite you to share your remarks.
네, 안녕하세요.
Greetings, I'm Kim Hyun-Joo from the Korea Disease and Prevention Agency. It is my great pleasure to be part of this prestigious event. I'd like to express my gratitude to CEO Richard Hatchett for Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation, Chief Scientist Sumiya Swaminathan of WTO, and dear panelist members. It is my great pleasure to see you all. In the previous presentation, actually, that is something I really wanted to say as well. So there'll be something that overlaps, because this is partially because over the last 3 years, many countries experienced like the same experiences, and that's why we are working together to produce some solution altogether. Over the last 2.5 years, we all experienced an unprecedented crisis. The virus claimed the lives of 6.57 million globally, and the IMF Global Strategy Report revealed that the COVID-induced economic losses will reach 13.8 trillion won by 2024. Korea, back in 2009 and 2015, experienced the novel swine origin flu and MERS, respectively, and learned much lessons. But nonetheless, the COVID-19 started in 2020, which plagued the entire world for over 2 years, and its impact is simply on a whole another level. What is important more than anything now is that based on our experience of COVID-19, we need to build stronger capabilities against another pandemic to come. In preparing such capabilities, cooperation between nations is key. Then, what kind of efforts does the international community have to make to prepare for the future variants or pandemics? Above all, infectious disease monitoring or surveillance information and response strategies have to be shared rapidly so that a proper pandemic information sharing network can be built. At the beginning of the COVID-19, many countries have had little information regarding the infectious routes, fatality, and transmission power. In the process of fighting the pandemic, information sharing was very much needed to cope with issues relating to asymptomatic patient and virus mutations. And that kind of information is also needed as of today. Against this backdrop, the new WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence as a global platform recently opened to collect and analyze relevant data, and I have very good expectation for it. Many governments, academic, and private institutions need to join this global platform. This hub should further evolve so that it can play a pivotal role when the next pandemic comes. Secondly, given the lessons we learned from COVID-19, masks, diagnosis kits, quarantine equipment, vaccines, therapies, these assets, like the previous speaker beautifully mentioned, should not be owned by a small number of countries. Globally accessible but regionalized assets should be expanded. The COVID-19 taught us that accessibility to quarantine equipment, vaccines, and therapies gradually varies between medically advanced countries and vulnerable countries. Even until now, the global vaccine coverage average remains at 68%, and it is only 30% in the case of African continent. Their accessibility is significantly limited when compared to high-income nations. To improve this kind of accessibility, we need to build a medical information sharing system where even a list of drug candidates can be accessed. Also, production facilities and capabilities should be regionalized so that we can prepare in advance against the future pandemic. The newly established WHO BioHub in Switzerland attempts to share such information, including those relating to samples and pathogens, and Korea will actively contributing to this effort going forward. Also, Korea, as a WHO vaccine experts production hub, will run multiple training programs to help middle and low-income countries. When discussing this kind of international governance and capacity building, one thing we need to keep in mind is that such capacity building should be done at individual nation level as well. During the pandemic, many countries realized what would happen when a control tower is absent, and some of them announced a plan to build a CDC-like or other forms of public health agency. Korea experienced major infectious diseases, including the swine flu, MERS, and COVID-19, and reorganized the national control tower or governance for infectious disease while revamping the entire national infectious disease management system. Since there are many countries overhauling their management system, it would be useful if those countries work together at the international level, exchanging technologies and information to be better prepared. Also, if an infectious disease which can cause a nation-level crisis once again happens, systemic risk assessment has to be done rapidly, and if a virus enters a nation, a fast diagnosis and treatment should be given. These kind of nation-level medical capabilities have to be built. One example I can share is that after the outbreak of COVID-19, countries have shared genome sequence information of major infectious diseases, including influenza, and registered them in the GSIDE or Global Initiative for Sharing All Influenza Data. Such information is a basis for development of future diagnostic capabilities. Yet countries with a weak medical system may not be analyzed virus mutation accurately, and thus their genetic information might not be shared in a timely manner. Therefore, multilateral and bilateral cooperation and investment has to be done at the same time. Actually, in each country have different medical care capabilities and system, and there are many differences between countries. So we need to have a stronger system, but it should be tailored to the condition of each country. The COVID-19 pandemic led to the birth of various cooperation-oriented global healthcare initiatives. The pandemic treaty, the reinforcement of international health regulation, expansion of the Global Fund, the Financial Intermediary Fund for Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness and Response are some of the examples. Korea already pledged to contribute $30 million to the FIF and $100 million to the Global Fund to be part of this global effort. Along with these global initiatives, experts and policymakers have to share their experiences, technologies, and information so that the pandemic response capabilities of each country can be upgraded in earnest. As part of this effort, Korea in this coming November will host the GHSA ministerial meeting. Going forward, Korea will use its bilateral cooperation channels to the fullest to expand international cooperation with various infectious disease-related national institutions. I ask for your active participation and attention. Korea will use its experience of overcoming COVID-19, share the experience and information so that we can be better prepared at the global level. Thank you so much for giving me such a good opportunity to share my wisdom. Thank you so much.
감사합니다. Dr. Kim, thank you for sharing that perspective from a country that distinguished itself both in terms of its internal national response, but also in terms of its commitment to the global response. It's now my pleasure to quickly introduce our panel. From left to right, we have Ferdinando Regalia, manager of the social sector at the Inter-America Development Bank, Patrick Osewe, chief of the health sector group at the Asian Development Bank, Wolfgang Philipp, Deputy Head of the EU's Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, or HERA, Sham Bishan, Head of Shaping the Future of Health and Healthcare at the World Economic Forum, Akona Changela, from the Africa CDC, who is the coordinator of the Program for African Vaccine Manufacturing, and of course, Dr. Kim. Our speakers have some short prepared remarks, and I will invite them in the order that they're seated to give those remarks, and you can give them from your seat, or if you prefer the podium, whatever is most comfortable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hatchett. Good afternoon. I'm going to stay here in my seat. I think it's going to gain some time. First of all, I would like to start by expressing a warm thank you to the government, Korea, and WHO for organizing this summit, for inviting the Inter-American Development Bank to be part of it. I'm going to concentrate these remarks on the role of a regional bank in this end-to-end discussion on PPR function that the previous speaker mentioned. Over the last 2 years, the Inter-American Development Bank has been very actively involved in all the aspects of the multi-sectoral response to COVID-19 in support of our 26 Latin American Caribbean member countries. In close coordination with multilateral institutions, the Pan American Organization, the Global Fund, the World Bank, and bilateral agencies. And I would like to especially mention the Republic of Korea, which has been a very important partner for our work in the health sector prior to the pandemic, and especially during the pandemic. As you all know, COVID hit the Latin American and Caribbean region extremely hard, with enormous toll both in terms of human lives and economic costs. As elsewhere, the pandemic has exposed weaknesses in critical PPR function, legal and financing tools. I just remember the first semester of 2020 when we were approached daily by multiple people trying to procure equipment, medical supplies, diagnostic tests. But as we heard this morning, there were also important strengths that were shown. For example, once vaccine supply, both through COVAX and also bilateral agreement, became more stable, rapidly the vaccine deployment race allow Latin American and Caribbean to actually achieve very high level of coverage. Through our lending, which has been roughly $6 billion for health intervention and non-pharmaceutical intervention in the last 18 months, some of the countries are already tackling some of these PPR gaps, but others need to be helped because still there is a need to have an in-depth stock-taking to guide future investment. They are still needed to improve PPR functions. So looking forward, the Inter-American Development Bank is strongly committed to work with multilateral and bilateral agencies to prepare our region for the next pandemic. We are currently working with some of our member countries to further build their pandemic preparedness, especially through strengthening laboratory capacity, surveillance, and workforce training. We are also actively engaged in the discussion of the financial intermediary fund was presented by Dr. Uribe this morning, because we want to be an active implementing partner. We are ready to provide technical assistance and non-reimbursable technical cooperation to countries so they can support their investment case to access the funds of this intermediary facility. The pandemic has also unequivocally shown that to close the equity and quality gaps, we must find new ways to deliver healthcare services that are more innovative, flexible, more resilient. For example, building on the lessons learned in telehealth. And digital transformation, together with the government of Korea, is one of the areas where we are concentrating our effort. It's also urgent to address more fundamental issues, and was raised by the Vice Commissioner. For example, how to ensure that the national capacity to operate response system remains strong, and that primary care and public health systems are solid and well integrated. And let me then finish my intervention with two considerations. One regarding effective pooled procurement mechanism, and the second, the manufacturing, the expansion of regional capacity for manufacturing vaccine, diagnostic, and drugs. In terms of pooled procurement mechanism, and I think Dr. Hatchett mentioned yesterday, there are many lessons can be learned from COVAX, even from self-financing countries. And I think that these lessons should inform a complete redesign, for example, of the revolving fund of the Pan American Health Organization for the future. And in terms of manufacturing, IDB Invest, which is our private sector arm, has closed one deal very recently for the region, and there is another one in the pipeline for Brazil, and is looking to expand its portfolio of investment. We are very supportive of the PAHO regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID vaccine and other health technology in the Americas, and we are looking to mobilize resources to join effort with the government of Korea to allow more professionals, aligned with our private sector investment, to train at the global biomanufacturing training hub here in South Korea. And finally, better preparedness will not materialize unless the health sector is sufficiently well funded. And we need to keep the focus on this because countries are facing multiple needs. So thank you again for the invitation to be here. Thank you for your kind attention.
Great. Thank you. Patrick.
I would also like to thank the Korean government for inviting me to this meeting, and to WHO and Korean government to organize this very important meeting. I'm the chief of the health sector group at the Asian Development Bank. We are the second largest development bank. We cover about 52% of the world population. A very complex region. We have some of the largest member countries like China and India, and also we have some small countries in the Pacific that have a population of just about 10,000 people. So very complex, complex region. So the way that we responded to the pandemic was in 4 ways. The first was an immediate $100 million to support procurement of PPEs and others as we were planning our $20 billion package, which we planned and approved within just a period of 8 weeks. And then as this was to support the social aspects of the pandemic, the health aspects of the pandemic, and also the economic aspects of the pandemic. Then we also started processing a $9 billion facility to purchase vaccines. And I'll just want to share some perspective on that, because that was one of the biggest challenges that we faced. We explored options of how we could, our member countries could get vaccines. There were various ways by which countries could get vaccines. One was through COVAX, but COVAX for self-financing countries, and most of our member countries are self-financing countries. Overall, COVAX was promising about 20% of the population getting vaccines, but that still left out 80% of the population. And in our countries, these are large populations. Indonesia, for instance, is 280 million people. Bangladesh, 180 million people. So 80% is significant population. Second, we then decided to engage with pharmaceutical companies and have direct discussions. What we found is that the heads of states were also talking to the same companies. Ambassadors became vaccine ambassadors. They were no longer doing diplomacy, but trying to get vaccines for their population. And there were lots and lots of brokers in the market who were charging all sorts of money. So going forward, to ensure that we have a sufficient supply of safe, effective, and high-quality vaccine, it's important that we really look at this issue very carefully. Because other than just having the safe vaccines, as development banks, we also have to have a very efficient procurement processes. The same applies to countries. The ministries of finance are very strict in terms of how resources can be processed to purchase vaccines, and also the delivery that everybody has been talking about, looking at the immediate needs and also the intermediate and long-term approaches. So as we move forward and we think about how do we expand production, but also being very careful, because if you expand production and there's no market, and earlier in the morning we talked about this, you can have severe challenges. So looking at the market in terms of the domestic market itself, how large is the domestic market? Is there any international subsidy? And we also had a presentation from Doherty Institute about subsidies that we are beginning to get in terms of research, looking at issues around government commitment and also the private sector in the country and the ability to do that or within the region. Looking at the Looking at the technical aspects, every manufacturing of vaccines should look at the market itself. How large is it, and how complex is the market, and who else is out there, what kind of resources that is required, and also the human resources to be able to do that, and sustaining in terms of training of the human resources, because you need three things. You need to manufacture vaccines, you need human resources, you need the facility, you need a very strong regulator, and then of course you need the market. So in terms of how we are thinking of it as a development bank is looking at how we can have flexible financing to countries to focus on issues around procurement, issues around partnerships and knowledge exchange, issues around regulation. And what we did in our region is that we approached all the strong regulators in the region, like Japan, Australia, Indonesia, India, and Korea, and others, to meet on a regular basis to discuss the market, to discuss vaccines, what are the emerging science, what are some of the issues, because knowledge was a major problem for most of the countries, and partnering with some of the top-notch entities to provide knowledge to member countries. And transparency was quite critical for us, because you could go to one company and they would say a different price for a vaccine compared to the next country. So working with manufacturers to ensure that the pricing was consistent. Just in closing, just want to say that as we look at how to optimize delivery and administration of vaccines, we need to look at the strengthening of the system. But then as you think about that, it's not just the vaccine itself, the overall system. How do you strengthen the system to be able to deploy vaccines to the lowest level? In some of our countries like Indonesia, we have many, many islands. Philippines, almost 7,000 islands. Indonesia, almost 18,000 islands. How do you ensure that there's equity in terms of distribution of vaccines? Providing technical assistance to be able to mobilize and also build the capacity across the large countries. We partnered, for example, with the British Medical Journal to generate the latest knowledge to be able to be deployed to countries on an immediate basis, and also looking at the aspects of the digital ways of service delivery. So now beyond vaccines, and this is my second last slide, just one minute, is as we think about the future, we also have to think about what kind of funding should be available in case of a pandemic or in case of a major disease outbreak that creates a lot of disruption. How do you support the population so that they do not plunge into further poverty? So having a dedicated resources or contingency financing that will be able to support the population. Second is a primary health care. Looking at a primary healthcare in a very innovative way, whereby you have the right facilities, you have the right equipment, you have the right human resources, and the digital system to be able to monitor and track what's going on at the primary care level. Support to entities like National Public Health Institute, or CDC. There's a lot of discussion in our region to support National Public Health Institutes, to support reference laboratories, and looking at the issue of waste management. There were tons and tons of PPEs that many countries didn't know what to do with the PPEs that were being generated from the health sector. And then looking at issues of climate change and health. We see what's happening in Pakistan with the floods there, we are seeing some diseases that are emerging that have never been there before. So that has led to lots of crises. And as we discuss lending for Pakistan, we're also discussing how to prepare just not for the pandemics, but also for the impact of climate change and health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wolfgang.
Thank you very much. I try to be relatively brief, and I would just spend 2 minutes on explaining what HERA is. HERA is the Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority of the European Commission. So we're part of the European Commission. We were created 1 year ago. We have a budget of about 6 billion euros, which corresponds these days to $6 billion for the next 6 years. And HERA is an end-to-end solution. So basically, what we are setting up is everything from starting with intelligence gathering in the epidemiological side, but also matching this to the supply side, then reinforcing a consolidated R&D agenda in the area of pandemic preparedness, setting up clinical trial networks that could be activated quickly, and then we look into areas where critical medical countermeasures should be either developed or produced and or procured and or stockpiled. So that is what the goal is. At the end of the day, it is an approach to learn from the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a new entity, and basically, when we analyzed a situation relatively early throughout the pandemic, we saw that there was need for better surveillance, more complete, better quality data, interoperability of systems, clearer, more coordinated scientific advice, so not 15 different versions out of 20 different sources. We also saw that there is a strong need in constant investments into preparedness. Just in the EU, the pandemic between 2020 and 2021 led to a drop in the GDP of 6%. So that puts relatively in relation that investment here at the EU side of 6 billion euros. We saw the need for better emergency tools that could be rapidly activated and better coordinated measures between EU member states, but also at a global level. A point that was already mentioned is the vulnerability of supply chains, and here it is about managing dependencies. So that is also something that HERA is looking into, at least for critical medical countermeasures as they are identified by us. Plus. I just want to mention briefly something about partnerships with key partners, because that is a topic here of that panel. So it is not just about coming up with new, let's say, new agreements which are signed and that have no follow-up or just a marginal follow-up. HERA has an international dimension, and the idea at the end of the day is to really reinforce what is called global health security. We are doing this, our main target is ensuring availability and access to relevant and critical medical countermeasures. So that is done along several areas, like reinforcing global surveillance and intelligence gathering. We're doing this, for example, with the WHO hub in Berlin, but also with other partners. We are looking into international supply chain bottlenecks and try to resolve these also through investments into the expansion of global production capacities for either final or precursors of critical medical countermeasures. We also look into ways to provide access to low and middle income countries to EU-funded or procured medical countermeasures, and then at the end of the day also invest into building up expertise, developing manufacturing, local and regional manufacturing capacities and distribution capacities for relevant medical countermeasures. That's done through bilateral corporations, like for example with Korea. We are currently developing a cooperation agreement with Korea, but also with other third countries. Third countries are countries outside of the EU, at least in our jargon. We are doing this also through bilateral cooperation with relevant international organizations. I mentioned already WHO, and I think not just the hub in Berlin, but also the hub here created and set up in Korea are important developments. And not to forget about CIPI. We have a collaboration and also intention to closer cooperate to make sure that we invest into the right areas and also work in complementarity. And that is basically what I wanted to say. At the end of the day, global cooperation is important, but it needs coordination. And I think that is perhaps the biggest difficulty in setting up a well-coordinated and complementary system for better preparedness for the future.
Great, thank you, Wolfgang. We've heard from three perspectives reflecting regional efforts. We will shortly hear from a fourth. But now I'm going to introduce Sham, who represents an organization that is known for its convening of power across sectors and across regions. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. Let me start by thanking the Ministry of Health and Welfare from Korea, as well as the World Health Organization for giving me this opportunity to be here and share a few remarks with you. As Richard said, I'm here representing World Economic Forum, which is an international body. It's a premier international body for public-private partnership. Since we are talking about global cooperation, global partnership here, I would say that's the reason I'm here, and I will share with you what we are doing, what World Economic Forum is doing with regard to preparing for pandemic. But before I do that, let me just say a few words about the pandemic itself. Some say that COVID-19 is a forerunner of more and possibly worse pandemics to come. Not to scare you all, but definitely that's something that many experts are talking about. Actually, scientists have repeatedly warned us for many years that without greatly strengthening proactive strategies, global health threats will emerge and more often spread more quickly and kill more people. So the scientists have already warned us for years and years. But now, in fact, the pace of emerging infectious disease outbreaks has increased greatly. You'll see that an annual rate of about 7% in last 40 years. Every year it's increasing by 7%. And the number of outbreaks has grown to several hundred per year since 2000. Infectious disease threats represent the primary international challenge of our times. And also after COVID-19, now we know that pandemic risk anywhere becomes a pandemic risk everywhere for all of us. So I think it's pretty clear that it's a major threat, and it's a threat not just for one country, one region, but it's a global threat. To mitigate its profound consequences on our lives, on social and global order, we must organize and rethink how we collaborate internationally. Prevention is much better here. We know that prevention is cheaper than the cure. It's much better. A new World Bank report, I think that just came out last week, estimates that the prevention costs could range from approximately $10 to $11 billion per year compared to the cost of managing the pandemic, which could run into $30 billion a year. So it's almost 1/3 of the cost of the managing a pandemic. Prevention is definitely the way to go here. The cost of COVID-19 in 2020, if you talk about that, the global economy contracted by over 4%, 4.3% to be exact, or about $3.6 trillion worth of goods, services, and other output were lost. We cannot avoid outbreaks altogether, but we can sharply reduce the risk that they will blow into pandemics. So that's something that we are working on, because I believe we do have the scientific and technological capabilities and the financial resource to stop outbreaks from becoming pandemics. However, to do this, we must mobilize resources. We need a new way of thinking about international cooperation. We need a new way of global partnerships. Some of our previous speakers already talked about that. For example, we need a massively scaled up network of genomic surveillance, which integrates national, regional, and global capabilities. Dr. Kim talked about that earlier. Such a network is critical to detecting and instantly sharing information on pathogens that could cause infectious disease outbreaks, identify their genome sequences, and share the data around the world to accelerate the development of medical countermeasures, whether it's for vaccines, diagnostics, or treatments, therapeutics. Crucial too is building the distributed global capacity needed to radically speed up supplies of vaccines and other vital materials to avoid prolonging a pandemic and repeating the staggering inequalities of access that COVID-19 has shown us. We need a globally distributed development, manufacturing, and delivery ecosystem that is kept in use in normal times, during peace times, but that can easily pivot to provide the medical countermeasures specific to each pandemic. In the absence of a larger global but regionalized supply capacity, ready early in pandemic, producing nation will remain prone to prioritize the needs of their own populations over global needs, and some regions will continue to suffer the consequences. And we saw that happening early on during the COVID pandemic. You can't blame the nations for prioritizing their own needs, but we need to think globally, and we need to see how this can be changed. Equally, we need clear global rules to keep supply chains open in a pandemic and ensure that export restrictions and trade bottlenecks for products and key inputs, not just the end products, but also the supply of ingredients, supply of key inputs, are tackled quickly and kept in check. Because one of the problems we saw was also on the supply of ingredients for, let's say, for vaccine production. We can build the necessary supply ecosystem only through a major public-private investment initiative and collaboration. To succeed in averting the next pandemic, we must strengthen multilateralism. Public and private sectors, they have to come together, they have to work together on this. No one sector can solve for the pandemic on its own. As we saw, with the fast development of vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics for COVID, private sector had a crucial role, a very important role to play here. So we must work with both sectors. Public sector must work with private sector to accomplish this. To this end, my organization, World Economic Forum, which, as I said, is a premier international body for public-private partnership, we have brought together dozens of organizations to solve for pathogen surveillance and supply of vaccines. For example, together with CEPI and National Academy of Medicine, WHO, Gavi, WTO, Wellcome Trust, Ministry of Health Indonesia, we have brought together many vaccine manufacturers along with these organizations I just mentioned, vaccine companies such as Moderna, Aspen, SK Biosciences, BioE, AstraZeneca, and others. Together with them, we have created a regionalized vaccine manufacturing collaboratives, RVMC. In fact, Richard here is co-chairing the steering committee for that collaborative. This is a true public-private partnership which is working to create sustainable vaccine manufacturing facility in regions like Africa. South Korea, with its strong sector, biotech sector, and companies like SK Biosciences, Samsung Biologics, Celltrion, LG Chemicals, to name just a few, South Korea can play a very strong role in this global partnership for pandemic preparedness and prevention. In light of all of this, and since a lot of the points I wanted to make today have already been covered today, I will stop here, and maybe we can answer some of your questions as we go through the discussion further today. So thank you again for your time, and thanks for listening.
Thank you. And now we'd like to welcome Akona.
Thank you, Richard. And I'd just like to say thank you to the organizers of this really important meeting for inviting Africa CDC to take part in it. As Africa CDC or under the African Union, we've had to really rethink and re-engineer how we respond to pandemics and outbreaks in total. It's no secret that Africa has felt either set on the side or left behind when it comes to the needed support and interventions for pandemics. And so we've called for the new public health order where we want to strengthen public health institutions and help our member states to be ready for the next and upcoming pandemics, as well as strengthen the public health workforces within that through respectful and action-orientated partnerships. More importantly, which brings us to this meeting today, is having expanded manufacturing of vaccines, diagnostics, as well as therapeutics. During the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to grapple and fight for diagnostics, and later on, we had to then grapple even more to get vaccine supply. And studies have shown that more delayed vaccines interventions are for pandemic response, the less chances of the communities adopting those interventions and therefore leading to vaccine hesitancy and having a slower uptake of vaccines as is the case for COVID-19. Africa has a population of over 1.4 billion people, and only 1% of the vaccines that are used by that continent are actually manufactured on the continent. Right now, less than 30% of the population has been fully vaccinated against COVID-19 vaccine. And therefore, our heads of states and government felt it imperative for Africa to take up its own arms and be able to create a local vaccine manufacturing, moving from the 1% to 60% vaccines being manufactured on the continent by 2040. That's the creation of the Partnerships for African Vaccine Manufacturing, which is an initiative under the African Union and Africa CDC with 4 key objectives, which is to have continental strategy for coordination, support partnerships for a conducive environment for emerging manufacturers, play an intermediary role between the member states as well as the global markets, as well as be the central source of information to support the local manufacturers. Fast track to this year, we have come up with a framework for action where we lay out the key interventions that are required to develop a sustainable vaccine manufacturing ecosystem within Africa, which has 8 bold programs. This is looking at market design and demand intelligence, R&D, as well as talent development. And I'll pause here and just thank the Korean government for the support they've already given to the African member states, with us sending about 60 of our local manufacturers to receive training within IVI in July. Also, we're looking at strengthening regulatory bodies, tech transfer and IP, access to finance, infrastructure development, as well as being able to set an agenda and continental coordination. We have also received other recommendations from our heads of states and government, which is for other partners such as Gavi to support by off-taking at least 30% of vaccines produced within the continent for global consumption, as well as setting up a procurement mechanism for public health institutions. Now, we're working tirelessly with our partners in collaboration with many partners in order to be able to see how we can actually implement this overall framework for action. As a challenge, and I'll stop here because many things have already been said by my former speakers and panel, but then as a personal challenge, we're currently undergoing an Ebola outbreak within Uganda. And I'll challenge everyone to really take up the ambitious goal by CEPI of the 100 days vaccines and produce a vaccine for the Sudanese strain. As we know, currently there is no vaccine for it. And right now, there are over 90 cases with over 40 deaths happening in Uganda, and the cases are spiraling. And so I would like to challenge our vaccine manufacturers and see if we can really reach that goal and ensure that we can create a vaccine for the Sudanese Ebola strain. Thank you.
Thank you, Okono. I want to, we're going to need to stop because of time, but just offer very quickly a quick reflection on what we've heard. We've had 6 powerful speakers in the room and Dr. Swaminathan joining from Geneva. We've heard many ideas from a regional perspective. I want to commend Africa's CDC for its continental leadership. Africa has really been an inspiration in which they have come together to think as a region about how to address the problems that they encountered during the pandemic. You've heard from other regions ideas about region-to-region collaboration, which I thought was an interesting concept, regional innovations, and the need for public-private partnerships. I hope this has been a stimulating session. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions and answers. I'll ask the speakers if they have the time, perhaps to linger near the stage and take any questions that any of you may have had. I want to thank you all for staying over just a bit, and I'll turn it back to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and let's give a big round of applause to our panelists and speakers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the end of our session 3. And ladies and gentlemen, there will be an announcement regarding the next event. So from now on to 4 p.m., there will be 3 different discussions held in 3 different places. So the first theme will be stabilizing the global supply chain of raw materials, components, and equipment for vaccines. Under this theme, we will gonna have a discussion in Vista Hall 3, which is right next to this hall. And the second theme will be Global Diagnostics Development Trends and Prospects. And this second theme will be held at Walker Hill Room 1, which is placed in on the first floor. So, and our third theme will be Global Regulatory Cooperation on Vaccine and Biologics. And this will be held in Walker Hall Room 2. This Walker Hall 1 and 2 is on first floor. So ladies and gentlemen, please select among these 3 discussions, and we're looking forward to your active participation for 1-hour discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, please come back to this hall, Vista Hall, to have our last session, which will be a wrap-up session. So thank you once again for your participation, and we hope to meet you all soon. Thank you. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a housekeeping announcement. Shortly after, we will begin the wrap-up session from 4:40. For those who are outside of the room, please come inside and take your seat.
We will soon begin the last session of our summit, which will be the wrap-up session. So those who are still in the lobby, please enter the hall. Please take your seats. We will soon begin the session. Thank you very much for your participation and cooperation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the final session, so please take your seats. And I'd like to ask our moderator and panelists, please come up to the stage. Please come up to the stage and please take your seats on the stage. And once again, for those who are still in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way into the hall. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 여러분
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the very final session shortly. For those who are outside of the room, please proceed to room and take your seat. Also, we are providing simultaneous interpretation. English channel number 1, Korean channel number 2. Please set the receiver channel to the language you prefer.
And the wrap-up session of the 2022 World Bio Summit. Please enter the hall and please take your seats. And once again, this session also will be provided our simultaneous language service. So please use your receiver on your tables. Channel 1 will be for English and channel 2 is for Korean. Thank you. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and world citizens who have made efforts to overcome the health crisis with solidarity. Welcome back to the 2022 World Bio Summit. Now we have only one session remaining to wrap up the 2-day-long journey. Before we begin the last session, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us until the very last moment of our summit. Thank you. For this wrap-up session, the moderators will briefly summarize the discussions of each session, and His Excellency Lee Ki-il, Vice Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea, will deliver some closing remarks. And before we begin a wrap-up session, please understand that Dr. Richard Hatchett, who was the moderator of session 3, cannot be with us due to urgent schedule. So we are joined by Dr. Patrick L. Osei, a Chief of Health Sector Group of Asian Development Bank. And now, as you can see on the stage, please welcome our moderator and panelists. But before having a big round of applause, we'd like to introduce our moderator. At this time, we're joined by Professor Sharon Lewin, Director of the Peter Dorothy Institute for Infection and Immunity. So now let's welcome them with a big round of applause.
Well, thank you very much, and it's my great pleasure to be the moderator for this last session. Unfortunately, Sumia Swaminathan was unable to do this moderation. First of all, thank you for all staying to the bitter end. It's been quite a prolonged but really exciting and inspiring 2 days. And we plan to use this last session to allow the moderators of each session to reflect on what they heard and think about what may translate in the future going forward. Many of the speakers we heard from highlighted that we're in a very important moment in time. COVID is still with us, but the pressures are much less. And now is really the time to make sure we don't use the opportunity of having learnt from the last 2.5 years to make the world a different place going forward. So it's my very great pleasure to introduce each of the moderators to you. You would have heard from them earlier during the day. But I'll first call upon Charlotte Watts. Charlotte is the Chief Scientific Advisor, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Officer of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And Charlotte chaired plenary session 2 on investment strategies. So welcome, Charlotte.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. It's a delight to be up here again and given the opportunity to present some of the issues coming out from our panel, but also I thought I would give some personal reflections as well. But first, I really want to thank the hosts for inviting me and to congratulate, in particular, the Ministry of Health and Welfare and WHO for running a very successful summit. I think this summit has demonstrated key elements of what we know we need for success when we're trying to deal with any threat, be it health or and other aspects. It's leadership, it's partnership, and a commitment to action. And I think we've seen that in bucketfuls in this meeting today. In terms of the discussions that we've had over the past 2 days, just to say I've valued both the panels and the breadth of insights and lessons and experience that I've heard through those different conversations. But I've also really appreciated the conversations in the margins, over coffee, over lunch, in between sessions. And it's just really struck me that I really missed that. With the restrictions on travel because of COVID, we just haven't really had that opportunity to come together and reflect a bit on the huge event that we've all lived through and worked collectively to tackle, and to really start saying, well, what does that mean and how do we move forward? So just want to thank that opportunity to have face-to-face conversations. And there are many aspects of what I've heard over this meeting that excite me. I mean, and just to highlight one in particular that I think is really important moving forward is the WHO Global Biotechnology Training Hub that's housed here that provides that opportunity to really strengthen capacity. We know that's just one element of what we need moving forward, but it's just really exciting to see that move forward at such pace and bringing together an opportunity for all regions, which we know is important for us all to be safe by everyone having that type of skill. So I think in this meeting we've focused a lot on where we've had success and some of the positives. I think it's also really important that we think about where we might need to do more or where we need to have further conversations and more in-depth analysis. And so what I thought, and it was some of the issues that did come out of my panel, is that I would just reflect on a few of the areas that I think we've touched on in our conversations, but maybe at next year's meeting, I'm hoping there will be a next year's meeting, we could explore further. So first is the opportunities around really thinking about synergies, and that's synergies in different types of investments, but also synergies in the different types of agendas that have been raised and that we care about. So, for example, vaccines for pandemic preparedness, vaccines for epidemics, but also for vaccines for endemic diseases and NCDs, the diseases that kill people every day. And I had a really interesting meeting in the margins with IVI, hearing more about their work in that area. But clearly, if we're moving to platform technologies, there are important synergies that really we need to invest in really materializing, because that is going to be critical, both for sustainability, but also to maintain the skills and the activity that we know we need to keep live, those muscles we need to be primed for if we do then face a future pandemic threat. We know that investing in systems that lay dormant for something that might come aren't going to be as responsive as if we're able to support live structures that are day-to-day, have activity that funds their activity but also keeps those skills and muscles live is really important. I think the other agendas, a lot of our discussion, not all of our discussion, has focused on vaccines, and I think vaccines are clearly critical and played such a significant role in tackling COVID. But we also know not every disease will be tackled in the same way, and so we cannot ignore the importance of diagnostics and of sequencing. And that has been reflected somewhat. It was great to see FIND here, for example, and to have some discussions around the opportunities around therapeutics as well. But maybe in future summits we could dig in more further into what are the key issues and blockages and ways forward in some of those areas. And in my panel on investment, for example, there was a question or a challenge of, well, what is the CEPI version of funding, for example, for therapeutics as we move forward? Related to that, if we think about the multiple pressures that our health systems had to face, there are also other related areas of health investment and innovation that we need to think about. It includes things like PPE, where we face severe shortages, or issues such as oxygen delivery. And I know there are a number of organizations here working in those areas, but again, probably merit further investigation. And then last two areas is health systems. We all recognize the importance, the central importance of health systems to respond to any new outbreak. But do we really know what that looks like in practice? If we think about the adult vaccination programs that all of our countries ran, these weren't building on existing health system structures often. If I think about the UK experience, we don't tend to run large-scale adult vaccination programs. So we had to start up and create new capabilities. What does that mean about our future resilience looking forward? Could we do that again at pace, or are there ways that we could do it in a way that's less in a crisis and more in a sort of flexing an existing skill set and capability that our health system has? Another area that we didn't reflect on, but we all know is very important, is how do we tackle issues such as vaccine hesitancy and misinformation that we saw across multiple countries, for example, health workers not wanting to be vaccinated, I think is telling for us of there are important people issues that we need to think about even when we're focusing on a summit on biotechnology. And again, I think it would be important for us to engage and have some of that experience brought forward into the conversations at the next summit. And then lastly, I wanted to reflect on the challenge that we heard at the last session in this plenary hall about Ebola. And so we are facing an outbreak of Ebola, the Sudan strain in Uganda. There's no vaccine, no proven vaccine. It is a disease that has now reached Kampala. Are we learning from what we've done to be able to respond more swiftly and more effectively to this live outbreak? And I mean, actually, I am pleased that we do know that there are at least 2 candidate vaccines. One of them one of them is the one that I'm familiar of is the Oxford vaccine, an Oxford vaccine, and we're very pleased that Serum Institute has agreed to produce at scale and donate those vaccines, but they will need to go into trial. There will need to be the appropriate systems, and you know, the ideal will be that we've learned from COVID, and that those processes progress effectively and swiftly. So to wrap up, it's been a fantastic summit. Thank you. I feel confident that we are making progress. I look forward to future summits. I think we've achieved a lot, but we can't be complacent. And ultimately, we need to be working together and holding ourselves to account for how we respond to every new disease outbreak that we encounter around the world moving forward. And the UK very much looks forward to working with you all in partnership to support this important agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte, for the very thoughtful reflections on the panel you moderated, as well as reflections on the future. I'd now like to introduce Vice Minister Lee from the Ministry of Health and Welfare, Republic of Korea, and Vice Minister Lee will give his reflections on this meeting. Welcome.
Thanks, Sharon. I will go to the podium.
Thanks, Sharon. I'm Gil Lee, another Vice Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. Now I'd like to wrap up first session. This topic of our session was government effort to overcome COVID-19 and the expectation on the mRNA technology transfer hub and the global training hub for biomanufacturing. Health Minister and Vice Ministers from the spokes of the WHO mRNA technology transfer hub and the representative of the World Bank and the ASEAN Development Bank and the African Development Bank share their COVID-19 response experience and the future plan. As the first speaker, Min Soo Park, Vice Minister of the Health and Welfare, Korea, introduced Korea's disease prevention and control measures concerning hospital beds entering to Korea and the social distancing. He also talked about Korea's achievement of developing Korean-made vaccine and treatment, and the current status and the step forward for global training hub for biomanufacturing. Minister Ali Pramet of the Republic of Tunisia has shared his insight of the in need of strengthening LMIC's vaccine manufacturing capabilities and its obstacles. Minister told us mRNA tech transfer hub will operate its full swing from the end of this year, which will be a great step to strengthen Africa's health security. He highlighted that Korea's global training hub for biomanufacturing should provide a more diverse training program and differentiate itself from other training organizations. He advised that strong push from the government and is the key to success. Minister and vice ministers from the four speakers of the mRNA hub, Brazil, Argentina, Egypt, Serbia, gave a presentation about the achievement and the future plans as the spokes of the hub. Vice Minister Sandra de Castro Barros of the Federative Republic of Brazil joined us in person. Minister Carola Bizotti of Argentine Republic and the Minister Khalib Abdel Kabar of Arab Republic of Egypt, and Vice Minister Pico Pirenci of Republic of Serbia shared their valuable insight through pre-recorded videos. Lastly, Director Juan Pablo Uribe of the World Bank, Director General Bruno Carrasco of the ADB, and the Special Advisor Padre Mashiri Sempes of the AFDB made a presentation about the role of the international organizations and the future plan for possible pandemics. Director Uribe introduced the World Bank's plans for the future pandemics. He highlighted the importance of the financial support and the global partnership to effectively respond to any pandemic in the future. Director General Carrasco said that the ADB has spent more than $30 billion in purchasing COVID-19 vaccines, manufacturing essential healthcare services, and supporting medical pro systems. He added that the ADB will spare no effort in supporting the R&D of new drugs going forward. With regard to the training hub, he introduced our training course supported by the ADB and said Korea vaccine manufacturing process training will serve as a huge stone for strengthening LMIC's vaccine and biomanufacturing capabilities. Dr. Sempes explained the dire pandemic response in Africa and called for unwavering support from the AFDB as well as the global community. This session carried significance in that it made us appreciate the importance of the both WHO Hub project in addressing vaccine inequality by sharing our experience and insight. I would like to thank all speakers for participating in this session. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Vice Minister Lee, for that excellent summary. Our next speaker will be Patrick Osei. Patrick is the Chief Health Sector Group of the Asia Development Bank, and he'll summarize the discussions on global efforts and collaboration.
When COVID was initially identified in Wuhan province in China, and the genome, the viral genome was published online, a company here in Korea asked the 90 scientists that work for that company, that biotech company, to look at that genome and come up with a test for COVID. Korea was the first country that developed a COVID test. Korea now is the first country that has organized this first World Bio Summit. Reflecting on previous pandemics, when the HIV/AIDS was also identified, there were annual meetings to reflect on the challenges of HIV, and scientists met every year to discuss and come up with treatments and to perfect the HIV test. So I really appreciate the fact that Korea has taken the leadership with the WHO to organize this meeting to bring scientists, private sector, development banks, and governments to actually discuss on how we can prepare for the next pandemic. So the pandemic showed the best and the worst in us, in the world. And I just want to start with what were some of the challenges, what was the worst in us? First, it highlighted the fragmented nature of global health systems. The systems were basically a mess. Second, the substantial obstacles like export restrictions, lack of essential medical supplies, equipment, and diagnostic tests. We all know what the challenges were. There was lack of necessary scientific collaboration. There was nothing established ahead to address the emerging challenges. There was inequity in terms of access to vaccines, and manufacturing was only concentrated in a few countries that when they put restrictions, the rest of the world did not have access. There was also global economic contraction. But one thing has happened out of COVID, is that for the first time, the business case for health has been made. For a long time, those working in health would make a business case for TB, a business case for pandemics, a business case for HIV. For the first time, a business case for health has been made to the Ministry of Finance. So let's not blow it up. What were the best things that the pandemic showed us? One, the rapid establishment of public-private partnership to develop a vaccine in 325 days. The Pfizer vaccine was developed in 325 days. The shortest a vaccine has ever been developed before COVID was 4 years, and the average was 7 years. So you can imagine that public-private partnership that led to that kind of innovation. Secondly, creation of global vaccination distribution program in the form of COVAX. Just imagine if COVAX was never created, what would have happened despite all the challenges that COVAX faced? Just imagine what would have happened if there was no COVAX. Third, the amount of innovation that we saw in the health sector, because people were not willing to go for health. If you didn't have COVID, nobody wanted to go to the hospital. So there was a lot of innovation on how do you use technology to access patients at home and in a variety of areas. Massive innovation. There was global collaboration, research and development, and humanitarian response from G7, G20, and other entities. The creation of easy financial arrangements. Pablo talked about $160 billion from the World Bank, $20 billion from us, African Development Bank, $3 billion a year for 5 years. I mean, significant resources that have been made available to address this challenge. So how do we deal with the next pandemic? Just some reflections. First, information sharing, the rapid dissemination of information in terms of information about surveillance, about response strategies. If a pandemic or an epidemic starts in one country, usually it's in one location, one country, you heard about Ebola, still in a few locations in Uganda. What are the response strategies? How do you share that information rapidly so that the neighbors and others are aware? Second, equitable distribution of medical countermeasures. How do we enhance access to resources such that we do not run into the challenges we faced with PPEs, whereby even in the US, states were fighting with each other to buy PPEs. Capacity building in terms of surveillance systems, clinical trials. We still find that clinical trials is mostly in the Western world, not in the Southern world. How do we strengthen regulatory entities to ensure that that regulation is necessary, not just for COVID, but for everything? And then the need to establish a multilateral collaboration system to foster bilateral collaboration. Clear global rules to keep supply chain open in the pandemic and ensure that there was no export and trade restrictions. This was a big issue whereby even when countries were able to get vaccines, sometimes there was no way by which the vaccine could be shipped from one location to another location. So through regional collaboration, like trade collaborations, the Africa Trade Collaboration, the ASEAN state collaboration, the EU state collaborations. How do we work through those to ensure that the trade is kept open? South Korea and biomanufacturing has shown the way forward. For example, we had these discussions with a variety of entities here in Korea to support Bangladesh and a few other countries. And the health system strengthening, we cannot underestimate this. This is something that we have to consistently talk about to ensure that domestic resources are used to strengthen the health system. Look at the issues of digital ecosystem, because we have to use technology in the health sector. The way the financial sectors use technology, the way that money is being sent through mobile money, the financial sectors use technology in a way that nobody ever imagined would happen, despite the very strong restrictions with central bankers as regulators. How do we do that in the health sector? And there are many opportunities to do that. And then looking at issues of health and climate change. But I'll just finish by saying that at the end of the day, the resources that are required to deal with the next pandemics have to be domestic resources. We can have additional resources to complement domestic resources, but the crux of the matter is that the resources must be domestic. The G20 has established the pandemic fund that's housed at the World Bank, led by Juan Pablo Uribe here, and the development banks and several other entities are implementing entities. We'll be working with the private sector, with civil society organizations and others to submit proposals to provide more resources to countries to better prepare. But that will only be catalytic to domestic resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Our next speaker will summarize discussion session 4 on stabilizing the global supply chain of raw materials, components, and equipments of vaccines, and it's Fumi Grigo. Fumi is the Deputy Director General and Chief Operating Officer of the International Federation of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and Associations, IFPMA. Welcome to Fumi.
Great. Excuse me. Thank you so much. I had the pleasure of moderating the panel on stabilizing the global supply chain for vaccines. We reflected on a number of lessons learned and had a very rich discussion on both global and national experiences in the US and Korea, where one key takeaway for me was that the raw materials and suppliers and the supply chain and operational experts, both public and private, are the unsung heroes of the pandemic. I say this because they dealt with such tremendous challenges, and yet collectively we were able to make the unprecedented scale-up of vaccines possible. So we really thank the people behind the scenes in operations and the raw material supply chain on the enabling environment that they created for the scale-up of vaccines. That said, we also discussed the challenges posed by the unprecedented vaccine scale-up, which meant that the same raw materials were not available for production of biologics, and this was particularly difficult for smaller companies to navigate. So a key lesson learned from this process, this experience, is the need for more visibility and predictability, and to help plan so that both companies and governments have the information they need to facilitate the decisions that they need to make. In terms of sort of future visions, a few key themes that came out of the conversation was, over and over again, the need for strengthening private-public partnerships. You need both sectors and other stakeholders to come together in order to find solutions to these complex problems. And so we really feel we need to build on the good relationships that we've built through this pandemic, and build on that, particularly through the inter-pandemic times, to establish the systems and relationships that we will need to rely on in crisis situations. Also, another takeaway is that given the complexity of manufacturing of biologics, including vaccines, There's no one country that can own the entire value chain. So even though we wholeheartedly support the need for more distributed manufacturing, the reality is that international cooperation will be critical and remains essential in the future. And so we see an important role for regional and global leadership to ensure the balance between national interests during a crisis, but with policies and structures in place to help facilitate what's needed for global public health. One of the key sort of international institutions that came up in this conversation is, of course, the WTO and their role that they can play in facilitating trade. Again, there were a number of challenges that we faced early in the pandemic that were alleviated over time, but there's a number of things that we could do to ensure that the essential raw materials as well as the products can go where they need to go so that the people who need it get it as soon as possible. And just more of a personal reflection on this process, I really do want to thank both the WHO and the Korean government for creating a very positive environment, a constructive environment where we can discuss difficult issues. There's a huge challenge ahead of us, but I will walk away from this experience with a sense of hope and optimism, even though there's a lot of negativity all around us, because I think in the end, it's about people and the relationships that we build, which allows us to find those solutions in difficult times. And so I really thank the organizers for creating that environment for that exchange. Thank you.
Thanks, Fumi, for your summary and your inspiring words. Our next speaker is Wei Yang. Wei is the head of Supply Operations Department for the Global Fund, and she will speak to us about discussion session 5 on global diagnostics, development trends and prospects. Wei.
Thank you. I would like to start first to thank the government of Korea and WHO for co-hosting this first but very timely World Bio Summit. We have seen what can be achieved when the global health actors do come together, and it is important for us that we continue this collaboration and partnership going forward. So again, a big thank you on behalf of the Global Fund, and great honor for me personally to be here with you all. Our group reflected upon the key development in the diagnostic space throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and the key trends. We actually observed several contrasting trends. We have observed massive increase in testing during the COVID pandemic, and important to note there are 53% increase in testing in low middle income countries. And in 2021, there has been reported 3 billion testing on COVID, and that is very impressive. That said, there is still a testing gap of about 50% and 4 billion people not being tested. We also observed the likely trend of the surplus in manufacturing capacity and the willingness of the industry to think about the localized supply chain and local manufacturing. That said, there are remaining challenges on the upstream level with regard to security of the key raw materials and other components that are required. So another one is the trend, the positive trend of testing being close to the user. There is a lot of behavior, a lot of adaptation of self-testing, but at the same time, the development of bidirectional or multiplex solutions that need to be evaluated, what is, how to integrate this in the overall and holistic approach going forward. Altogether, we discuss about how do we need to transform the diagnostics from pandemic response, but more towards, but also including the pandemic preparedness with regard to surveillance. We discuss also how to sustain the development trends that would require continued partnership, as I already mentioned, adaptation of national, regional, and global policies. It is also noted with the sombering realism that there are unsolved challenges, particularly with regard to equitable access to quality-assured diagnostic solutions. Again, I have named some of the challenges at the upstream level, but then there is also quite a bit of challenge at the downstream level that remain unresolved. Now, we do want to pick up some of the positive discussions here since the opening of the summit. We talk about the end-to-end approach to the solutions. We talk about how we need to continue to create an enabling environment through public and private sector collaborations for R&D, and particularly when it comes to bio-preparedness. And also, Patrick mentioned that, which is equally important and probably, in my view, coming from the supply chain side of things, what would be most critical in terms of preparedness is to sustain the investment in national health system strengthening and primary health care. I will end my summary here by just mentioning that the diagnostics community is ready to take up the 100 days challenge of the vaccine development. But we do want to know that the biggest bottleneck, or one of the biggest bottlenecks in those areas, is the lack of harmonized QA standards and also a clear regulatory pathway. So again, why it is important that we continue the global dialogue across the ecosystem and continue to work on the solution and to sustain the development and the trend on the diagnostic space. With that, back to you.
Thank you, Wei. Really important summary, because we didn't hear much about the diagnostic space in the plenary sessions, but clearly a critical part of our response to all future pandemics. Our last speaker is Mariangela Simao. Mariangela is the Assistant Director General of the WHO, and she will tell us about discussion session 6 on global regulatory cooperation on vaccine and biologics.
Thank you, Chair, and thank all the colleagues for this very useful wrap-up. And actually, I could see several of the issues that I'm going to mention, because they came in the session we had, but were mentioned by other colleagues as well in other sessions. First of all, we had a very good panel. We had 4 regulators. We had Korea, Ghana, Vietnam. We had the Quality Control Lab from Senegal. We had 1 international organization, and we had 1 industry representative, so it was a good panel. And we heard, first of all, I think there's an assessment that the regulators did well during this pandemic, you know, because pharmacovigilance and flexible arrangements to assess and so on. We could do better, and this is where we go. Now, we heard about how countries managed to deal with the regulatory approaches during the pandemic, like through special projects to expedite R&D, but also to expedite regulatory pathways of innovative products, right? This happened in practice. We heard about adjustments that were needed to be done on the legal procedures, on the regulatory procedures, and also even on structures. And a very good example from Korea on adjustments in the structures to be able to cope with the faster and more agile assessment. And also we heard about the need to streamline, in a pandemic situation, the need to streamline regulatory process in a way that you integrate all products. You don't only do vaccines. You need to do diagnostics. You need to do the medicines, the therapeutics, where they come. But at the same time that we're reacting to the pandemic, we still have a process where many national regulatory authorities are in this process of strengthening their work, right? And then we heard from Ghana, who achieved maturity level 3 for medicines in February of 2020. And Mimi went into details on the challenges of how she did that, right? But we also heard from Vietnam and from Senegal how they use the global benchmarking tool and the concept of the WHO listed authorities. And these are ongoing processes that have to be finalized. And they are also need to be end-to-end processes. They have to be finalized and they have to be continued while we are dealing with the pandemic. Right, so this is the reality, and then from this, it was very interesting to hear about cooperation. You know, I think global cooperation is very much present here, but what we also heard in our panel, it's not the cooperation between countries and global international partners, for example, but country-to-country cooperation, South-to-South cooperation. Like how Nigeria and Ghana and and Rwanda, they work together to do better in their assessments and so on. So there are several examples also from Asia. There was also an example from the international organization with the PICS on the inspections cooperation scheme and how we could do better next time. So now I'll go to the final question, because at the end of the panel, I asked each of the panelists to reflect on what would they do differently? You know, what needed to be done so that next time we run into less problems, right? So it was interesting because some things already came, right? First of all, the sharing of data and information necessary for the review of dossiers. And we're talking a lot about sharing information in general, epi information, genomic information, but sharing of information for the dossiers is very tricky, and it's extremely important. It's very tricky because sometimes the industry is not so keen in sharing, or researchers are not so keen in sharing the data necessary to enable a quick assessment of the dossiers in a more speedier manner, right? There was also the suggestion of working on, for example, one set of data that could enable reviews, you know, that what would be the minimum data that you would need for vaccines and different products to enable a review and work with it. And the use of the cutting-edge technology that we have right now, right? So there was another issue was raised. There was a reaction to I think was Richard Hatchett had mentioned, it's not about vaccines, it's about vaccination, right? But to get to the vaccination, there's a huge amount of work until you have a safe and efficacious vaccine to be put on the market, right? So there was a reflection about that. And we had a good reflection from Ghana in terms of how the country, they had prepared for Ebola. They learned with Ebola that, for example, their problem with Ebola was better communication. And they learned with the successive problems, health problems. But through this pandemic, you know, when they thought they were ready, the products did not arrive in the country. The vaccines did not arrive. No, so it all goes back again to the beginning of this conversation since yesterday, right? That we need a better collaboration between industry, regulators, patients, and community in general to ensure timely availability of the products at country level. So I think this is the final message, and greater reliance, right? When we're talking about sharing dossiers, we are also talking about sharing experiences, sharing what we're saying about the global cooperation and country-to-country cooperation. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariangela. Thank you to all of our panel for your thoughtful reflections. Thanks again to our audience, and a special thanks to our organisers, the Ministry of Health and Welfare from the Republic of Korea and the WHO. Thanks for your leadership in assembling this group together. If I could just make one final point. We have all the right people in the audience over the last 2 days. We haven't had the community voice, and COVID has really affected different communities in many different ways in each of our countries. In my own country, the Indigenous community, disabled community, the elderly community. We now have a community of people with long COVID in all of our countries. I think a true partnership needs a community voice along with our politicians, our scientists and our industry leaders. And I hope that we'll hear from that in future World Bio Summits. I'll now hand over to our moderator for final words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand. And please return to your seats, our panelists and moderator. Once again, thank you for sharing important and key takeaways on our summit, and thank you for sharing the summary of our discussion that we had together for 2 days under the theme of the future of a vaccine and biohealth. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to wrap up our session. But before we say goodbye, we would like to have a very meaningful video to look back on our 2-day-long journey and our discussions. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get your attention to the screen with a big round of applause.
Pandemic Preparedness Plan, published in September 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. That was a short video to contain every moment of our 2-day-long journey, but that was really impressive and a meaningful video. And once again, I offer my appreciation for sharing your valuable knowledge and experiences, and of course, for participating all sessions, ladies and gentlemen. And personally, it was a really great honor for me that I can be your MC for 2-day-long summit. And before we say goodbye, we do have one very special remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now please allow me to invite His Excellency Lee Ki-il, Vice Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea, to have last and final remarks. Let's welcome His Excellency with a big round of applause.
Yeah, thanks everybody. It was very great. It was great meeting in here. Distinguished delegate and guest, I'm Lee Ki-il, Vice Minister of Health and Welfare of Korea. I would like to extend my appreciation to all the distinguished chairs, presenters, and the discussants of World Bio Summit 2022 for sharing your valuable expertise and insights on the future of the vaccine and biohealth with high interest and passion. For 2 days, we share our pandemic response and had rich discussion over the scheduled scientific achievement. Scientific progress has potential to become one of the significant pillars of better preparedness of the future pandemics. And today, through the Seoul Declaration, we recognize the importance of innovation in the field of the vaccine and bioindustry, and the promise to carry out tangible and comprehensive efforts to prepare for future pandemics and strengthen global response capacity. For over 2 years, we developed vaccine and therapeutics in the record time, using the latest science and technology. In the face of the unprecedented global public healthcare crisis, we also endeavored to supply vaccines, medicines fairly through the international cooperation. This summit was a venue for each government and the international society to share their experience. In coping with COVID-19, our discussion covered broad issues such as ways to enhance the world's response capacity and promote global cooperation to prepare for future pandemics. Going forward, the World Bio Summit will serve a venue for the international cooperation that aim to enhance global pandemic preparedness by leveraging innovative vaccines and biotechnology and channeling diverse infrastructure. The World Bio Summit has shown the right under the significant innovation in the vaccine and bio industry, as well as cooperation with partnership among stakeholders to exploit the fruit of the progress in the fairly manners. If the summit can be a reminder for international organizations, countries, and corporations not to neglect their due diligence, mankind will be more resilient from the threat of another pandemics. Distinguished delegates and guests, there are no doubt the experience, insight, and knowledge you have shared with us will lay precious foundation not only in our fight against COVID-19, but also to tackle future pandemics. Now, please allow me to close this 2-day summit. I'd like to express my gratitude once again to all participants of all your honorable presence and all the people who have spared no effort to successfully run this event. I wish you a safe journey back, and I look forward to seeing you again next year. Thanks so much. See you next year in Seoul. Thanks so much.
Your Excellency, Vice Minister, Thank you very much for gracing this closing ceremony. And once again, thank you very much for your time. And ladies and gentlemen, just as our Vice Minister mentioned, we could overcome future pandemics or any infectious diseases if we are together. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the 2022 World Bio Summit. Thank you once again for your participation, and please stay safe. Thank you.
자, 글로벌 백신 허브와 추진단장입니다. 오늘 이 행사 준비하느라고 수고해 주신 우리 관계자 여러분들 사진 촬영 한번 해야죠. 다 모두 다 일로 요 앞으로 나오세요. 안 나오시면